All right. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Vasut.
Here.
Vice Chair Rosenthal.
Here.
Representative Garcia. Representative Guerin.
Here.
Representative Gervin-Hawkins. Representative Guerra. Representative Guillen.
Here.
Representative Hefner.
Here.
Representative Hickland. Representative Hunter.
Here.
Representative Manuel. Representative McQueenie. Representative Metcalf.
Here.
Representative Moody. Representative Pearson. Representative Spiller. Representative Tepper. Dean Thompson.
Here.
Representative Turner. Representative Wilson. Representative Wu. Representative Moody.
Okay. Quorum present? Yes. Quorum is present. The chair will recognize on the dais with us as well, and forgive me, members, I'll make sure I get everybody. Representative Collier, Representative, Garcia Hernandez, Representative Plaza, Representative Rose, raise your hand, all right, Representative Garcia, Representative Meza, and, Representative Bojani. All right. Did I miss anybody that's up here on the dais? And in the audience, we have Representative Bowers. So, okay. I've been told I need to eat the microphone, so let me adjust that briefly, momentarily. Before we begin here, and I go through the opening remarks, the chair is, of course, pleased to welcome our guests attending today's hearing. I want to remind the audience that the House rules prohibit signs, placards, and verbal expressions of support or disapproval during the hearing. So if you have a sign, if you would lower it down, I'm not going to ask you to remove it from the room, but please do not raise it under the House rules. So if you'll please lower your signs. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, the audience will come to order. I do want to reiterate this. This committee is going to be governed by the House rules and must be governed by the House rules. We don't have power to suspend them. So everyone in here is a guest in that sense. I do not want to ask anyone to leave. So please lower your signs. The chair, thank you. Please lower your signs, sir. We follow the rules. We're going to follow the rules. All right. All right. Come to order. Come to order. All right. Come to order. All right. Sir, if you don't remove the sign, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I do not want to do that. But we have the rules are going to be followed as far as I am concerned at all times. All right. Now, I want us to get through these opening remarks swiftly so that we can get to your testimony here today. That's why we're here. I understand that there may be some outside, and so if you're outside, I want to remind you that you can watch today's hearing online at capitol.texas.gov. There's an audio and video stream online, and if you'll be watching that and we call your name, we'll give you time to make sure you can make your way into the room. When we have people come up here in a little while, when you're done testifying, if you would be so kind as to leave the room so that somebody outside can come and have that seat. We want to make sure that we're giving everybody the opportunity to come in here that wants to be here. So the purpose of today's hearing, of course, is to have a public hearing on proposed revisions of congressional redistricting. Before we take that up or discuss a plan amongst ourselves, we want to hear from the public about what revisions should occur, if any. That's the purpose of today's hearing. As set out in the notice, we will take public testimony regarding a revised congressional redistricting plan pursuant to the Governor's July 9, 2025 proclamation calling a special session of the 89th Legislature. This hearing will focus on those counties of the state lying wholly or partly within congressional districts 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 19, 24, 25, 26, 30, 32, and 33 for the 119th Congress. But the committee will hear testimony about any region of the state. So if you're here and you want to testify about any region of the state, you're more than welcome to. Today's hearing will feature in-person public testimony. For everyone in the audience, thank you for being here today. In order to testify, you must register. There's a registration table right outside those doors at the back, and fill out one of those green forms and sign it and turn it in. We'd be happy to have you. If you have any questions or encounter any difficulties, please confer with our committee staff. I know we have two right outside there that'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. We're going to be closing registration for in-person testimony today at 6:30 p.m. I'll try to give about a 15-minute reminder of that well in advance so that you know. For everyone wishing to testify, as set out in the notice, testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per witness. We'll have a timer up here at the dais, and there's a timer, I believe, right there. And so the witnesses are going to come up and testify at either one of these podiums when you're called. You'll just be paying attention to that right there. You'll get a warning, I believe, at 15 seconds with a yellow light, and then we'll do red, and then we'll ask you to complete your testimony. Of course, you may receive some questions from the members on the dais. That's not a general invitation to testify open-ended, right? But they may have specific questions for you, and you're welcome to answer those if you so wish. The reason that we have this 2-minute timer is we want to be fair to everybody, and we want to make sure that we hear from as many people as possible today. So in order to ensure a balance of public testimony across 3 public hearings, we've already had one in Austin and one in Houston. Public testimony today is going to be limited to 5 hours. Now, we have a rough time that we're trying to get out of here around 10:30 or 11 because I need to prepare this room in the morning for, I believe, another event. But we're going to stay here until we finish that 5 hours of testimony. But I want to give you that up front. So we're going to try to move expeditiously here. This time, though, today at this hearing is not the only time that you have to make your voice heard. There are several other ways that you can provide feedback to the committee. I want to make sure that you know all of them and that you're free to exercise any or all of them at any time. First, if you have more to say than time allows, or if we unfortunately don't reach you today, as the hearing notice mentioned, we welcome you to submit a written copy of your testimony to the committee. This written testimony will be provided to all the members of this committee, so they're all going to hear it. If you run out of time. So if you'll just bring that up, we'll have the time at the end I'll announce, and you can turn that into committee staff. We'd love to receive it. Second, if you have any handouts with you, as the notice mentions, please bring the handouts up front before your testimony, and they'll be passed out to the members of the committee. We ask for 22 copies, 1 for the record and 21 for the members of the committee. Third, anyone is welcome to submit an electronic comment without testifying. You can do that online. There's an electronic portal linked in today's hearing notice. It can be found at comments.house.texas.gov. That's comments.house.texas.gov. Information can be uploaded to the portal for today's hearing through the end of today's hearing. You can also upload information to the portal for any future hearings that are announced, and you'll see those in notices. The Texas Legislative Council also hosts a website for redistricting at redistricting.capital.texas.gov. That's capital with an O at the end, by the way. On that website, you can find information about submitting proposed maps for consideration. If you click, I believe, 2020s in the top and go down to public participation, there will be some information there. If you have a map that you want us to consider, be happy to look at that, and you can upload that there. Finally, every member of the public is always welcome to email, contact, or call any member of the legislature at any time, and we welcome you to do so. In fact, not only, I don't have this in these notes here, but there is another committee in the Senate taking up this issue, and they're having virtual testimony. You can register, I believe, for an upcoming hearing they're going to have tomorrow, up to 12 hours before that hearing. So at the Senate website, you can find details there. So a lot of opportunities to get your feedback here. Finally, let's talk about logistics. Normally I would, and I think I will call up people in groups of 4, but the way we're going to do this is if the first come, first serve, we'll take these 2 podiums, and the next 2 that I call will be right behind them. We'll take your testimony that way, so it'll be from these 2 podiums. Normally we would have a little table with 4 chairs, but we couldn't fit it down there, and I wouldn't be able to see. So we're going to have these 2 podiums here for you to testify, and just make sure that you speak directly into that microphone. If your name is called, just be ready. If you happen to be outside, and you're listening in, you hear your name called, feel free to make your way into the room. Just let the doorkeepers know that you've been called to testify, and they'll let you in and let you come down front. Finally, since we have no bill before us, and we will have no bill before us at this hearing, the last of our 3 public hearings before any bill, all testimony today will be neutral or on. You might have seen that on the form. I understand people have different views on one way or the other on this, and you're free to testify whatever you think. Feel free to say whatever you'd like to say. It's just required to be on for the minutes. I wanted to make sure that you knew that. Just because the form says neutral and I say that you're neutral doesn't mean you have to be neutral. Okay. With that, that's the opening comments that I had for our logistics for today's hearing. Before we get started, I know some members had some comments they'd like to make. I'd like to come to them one at a time. Dean Thompson, for what purpose?
I'd just like to ask a question.
Gentlemen, use for questions.
Since the people are going to be testifying neutral, that means we don't have a map, right?
That is correct.
And we have not seen a map?
That is correct.
And we don't know what the map looks like?
That's correct. The only map
you.
reference for purpose of this hearing is the current map. The current map. And as the chair has previously indicated, before any action is taken on any map, if at all, by this committee, there will be another public hearing. So thank you, Dean. Vice Chair Rosenthal, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a statement.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal for... Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can y'all hear me okay? All right, good. My name is John Rosenthal, like you can see from the little sign, and I represent House District 135 in Northwest Houston, and I have the either fortunate or unfortunate task of being named the vice chair of this committee. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, 30 years in industry, seeking practical solutions to real-world problems, and listen, this is anything but practical to me. While it's an incredible responsibility for me to serve as this vice chair position, I've done some big stuff in oil field work, but I've never been asked to take a responsibility like this, and I feel the gravity of it. And I'm glad that you are here today to join us in this fight, because it will be a fight. I'm here to fight. My colleagues are here to fight. We saw the letter. We saw the letter that the Department of Justice sent to the governor. The districts that were specifically mentioned in that letter were District 9, 18, 29, and 33, right here. Curious to me that these are only communities of color being targeted. Mid-decade redistricting is unusual. It's unnecessary. We are required to redraw the district boundaries every 10 years following the census, but that's not what this is, y'all. This process isn't. We redraw for the census to make things fair, because as people move around, we want to make sure you're properly represented, that everyone, all these districts have the same number, and everyone has a fair chance to elect someone to choose who serves you, right? To choose your elected employees. This right here is a racist attack on congressional districts of color. It's about taking power away from black and brown communities. It's about erasing your voices. This effort to change the districts, again, has nothing to do with representing people better. It's the opposite of that. It's a power grab at the expense of black and brown communities. So Texas is growing. Most of the new people that have come into the state in the last 10 years are communities of color. And I went through all the numbers. Engineer, I do a lot of math. Between 2010 and 2020, our population grew by 3,999,994 people. Let's call it 4 million, okay? Of that growth, 187,252 were white, 557,000. because we had so much population coming in, all black and brown, mind you. The 2 new districts were drawn what? Majority white. I live in one of them. It's crazy, y'all. And now they're going to go after more communities of color. So just know we're here with you. I'm acutely aware of being white. I don't know if any of you noticed. But in all seriousness, those of you that look like me, it's super important that the community see you speaking out. An injustice against any of us is an injustice against all of us. And all I'm going to say is what Desmond Tutu said. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. So while Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans are pushing for redistricting, they have, in doing so, they're repeatedly attacking communities of color. We on this, the Democrats on this panel, will be fighting that with everything we have. Thank you for being here today. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Mr. Turner, for what purpose? Oh, I'm sorry. Before I do that, Chair will show that Representative Barbara Gervin Hawkins is present. Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, a brief opening statement, if I may.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner for a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by welcoming you and all the members of the committee to House District 101 and the University of Texas at Arlington. And just to give you a 30-second infomercial on UT Arlington, you're right now at a designated R1 research institution, the largest university in North Texas, the second largest in the UT system, the 6th most diverse school in the United States, a designated Hispanic serving institution, and a designated AAPI serving institution. And we are, those of us here in North Texas, we are proud of UT Arlington. I want to personally thank President Jennifer Cowley and her staff for making this facility and parking available to the Texas House and to the public this evening. But most of all, I want to thank the hundreds of North Texas residents, you, who are here this evening to make your voices heard on congressional redistricting. And as Vice Chair Rosenthal stated, we are here today because President Trump has ordered Governor Abbott to redraw our state's congressional districts in the middle of the decade with no new census data to consider. Now, the flimsy pretext for this unnecessary process is a letter from Trump's DOJ, Department of Justice, that says the legislature needs to go out and identify majority-minority districts and dismantle them, including Congressional District 33 right here in Tarrant and Dallas counties. Now, voting rights experts who testified at our first hearing in Austin last week thoroughly debunked the DOJ's position. And of course, DOJ has not made itself available to this committee so we can understand where they're coming from. It is essential that we hear from the Department of Justice because their position is completely at odds with the sworn testimony state Republican leaders recently gave in federal court. Their testimony was that the current map was drawn, quote, blind to race. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that you have now formally invited DOJ to appear. I received a copy of that letter. I appreciate that in response to our requests in the first 2 hearings. Mr. Chairman, if I may, that's the end of my statement. If I may I ask, has the Department of Justice responded to your invitation yet?
I have not received a formal response. I received an out-of-office notification, so I know the email went through.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I would hope the Department of Justice will respond in a serious manner to the chairman of the House Redistricting Committee promptly if, as I say, it is essential we hear from DOJ in this process before we consider any maps. And so if we do not hear quickly, I would hope the committee would entertain a subpoena process. My understanding is that there is a process in the District of Columbia where they can domesticate a subpoena from out of the District of Columbia. So I'd like the committee to pursue that process, if need be, to get DOJ before this committee so we can ask them questions.
Happy to cover with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Members, any other questions? Okay. With that, we're here to the main event for today, the public testimony. Chair's open public testimony. going to call up our first 4 witnesses. If you'll kind of amongst yourselves divide amongst these 2 microphones, I'd appreciate it. We'll get through it kind of as we go, and I see my colleague, Representative Johnson, or Congresswoman Johnson here, so glad to have you. And let's go ahead and want to make sure I get my stopwatch going here. Okay. Chair calls Sylvia Garcia, Julie Johnson, Casey Thomas, and Roman Palomares. Now, if those 4 will make their way to the 2 microphones, the next 4 after them, if you'll just kind of be ready to get up once they're done, Royce West, Elsie Cook Holmes, Aisha Simmons, and Jeff. Well, I'm going to come back to you, Jeff. We'll come back to Jeff in a second. Okay. But those other 3, if you'll be on standby. Okay. Chair calls Sylvia Garcia. I show you registered to testify Sylvia Garcia on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Good to have you with us again, Congresswoman. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As I said in Austin and Houston, we should not be here today. You should be back in Austin passing legislation to support families in the Hill Country after the devastating flooding. Instead, we are today playing political games to appease the felon in the White House in his lust for power. We are pretending that the governor did not approve the very maps he now is insisting on changing. So as we begin the last of the scheduled hearings, have we really learned anything different? No. The chair was emphatic in Austin that you all did not vote on a non-constitutional map and that it did comply fully with the Voting Rights Act. In Houston, the chair was equally emphatic that these hearings are about whether to withdraw the lines, not how. At both hearings, we established that no maps have been released and that this panel has not seen any proposed maps. Also established was that there is no new census population to consider and that this is indeed an unusual mid-decade redrawing. The DOJ letter targets 4 minority urban districts, including mine in Houston, to create 5 new Republican districts at the request of the felon in the White House. The deadline for draft maps per that letter is August 7th, about 10 days away. My district is a target. It's a majority-minority district. At nearly 75% Latino, this district was created to comply with the Voting Rights Act, and any suggestion otherwise by DOJ is simply false. We are tied by communities of interest that values faith, family, culture, language, hard work, and service. We believe in a democracy and the principle of one person, one vote. The American dream is not just a slogan for us, it's something we live every single day. And frankly, Mr. Chairman, we would never, ever let a con man from New York tell us Texans what to do.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, I want to go on record as being against any changes to the maps. I realize that you're going to record me as neutral, but I fear that what will happen is that the White House will
Please complete
brag
your testimony.
that everybody was neutral in Texas. Let's make sure that the message is clear that we could not register a hell no.
Understood. All right. Members, any questions for that witness? Hear none. Chair recognizes Mr. Thomas at the other mic. Show you registered to testify as Casey Thomas on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct? Understood. Please give us your testimony.
Well, she's a hard act to follow. To the House Select Committee on Redistricting. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, and members of the House Select Committee on Redistricting for hosting this important in-person hearing in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in the House District of Honorable Chris Turner. And yes, I was watching. That's an inside joke. How did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. These are the words from a popular song from the 1990s sung by Deborah Cox. However, these are the same words that many Texans are asking themselves as it relates to this effort of mid-decade redistricting. I served as the chair of the City of Dallas Complete Count Committee on the 2000 census during my time on the Dallas City Council. We led the city through the process of completing the U.S. Census during the pandemic. We didn't begin our redistricting process for the City of Dallas until after we received the results from the 2020 census, and that is traditionally when this process takes place. In the state of Texas, the Black, brown, and Asian population each individually outgrew that of the white population over the last decade. But out of the 2 new congressional seats awarded, they both went to white voters. Make no mistake, this is about race and not about party. Let me say that again. This is about race and not about party. If it's not about race, while the 4 congressional districts targeted by the Department of Justice letter represented by 3 Black Congress members and 1 Latino Congress member. Currently, the population of Texas is only 40% white, but white voters control 28 out of the 38 congressional seats, which is over 73%. If the current resident in the White House, that's what I call him, gets his wish, which is an additional 4 or 5 congressional seats, that would increase to 84 or 87%. That's modern day apartheid. This should not be happening in the state of Texas. We shouldn't even be having this hearing. I ask that each of you think about what's in the best interest of your constituents and the people who live in the state of Texas. How did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here.
Please
thank you
complete
for your
testimony.
time, and may God bless you in the state of Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Gerhardus, for purpose.
Mr. Thomas?
If you,
Come back to me.
once you're done testifying, if you'll wait, there might be a question for you. And going forward, what I'm going to do, just to be courteous, I don't want you to have to sit up there for too long. I'm just going to call y'all 2 at a time, and once you're done, I'll call the next person for that mic and so on. That way, you don't have to stand up too long. Ms. Gervin Hawkins is recognized as question witness.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
when we talk about the 3 African-American districts, they're iconic. Would you agree with that?
I would agree 100%.
And when we talk about those seats, they represent who?
They represent those particular 3 seats, represent the late Sylvester Turner, who held that seat. And unfortunately, the governor chose to wait until November, almost a year after his death, to fill that seat. Second seat by the Honorable Al Green, who has stood in the face of terror, in terms of death threats. And the third is my brother right here, Councilman Mark Veazey. Thank you for your service and representing the Metroplex.
So, Mr. Thomas, if we look at trying to destroy those districts, we're also trying to destroy iconic, historical African-American history. Would you agree with that?
I agree 100%.
So when we look at the NAACP and your work and Brother Bledsoe's work,
Yes, ma'am.
it appears that work is trying to be unraveled. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. We're seeing decades of progress being unraveled in approximately 6 months.
And also, would you agree it's disrespectful to our iconic Sylvester Turner, Sheila Jackson Lee, Barbara Jordan, Nikki Leland? Would you agree with that?
I agree 100%.
So my final question is this. Are we going to let this happen?
Absolutely not.
What did Congressman Garcia say? Hell no. And I would say to my colleagues here on the dais, let's not let D.C. destroy Texas. And I think it's important that everybody in this room stay engaged all the way through to this process so that my colleagues could understand this is unnecessary, it should not be occurring, and we're not going to stand by idly to let it happen. Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Chair Hassan, thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. Chair calls Julie Johnson. I'll show you registered to testify as Julie Johnson on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Vasut, Vice Chair Rosenthal, Ms. Teague, the committee, so many friends. It's so good to see you all again. I have to say, Republicans in D.C. are just as crazy as you guys, so it's good to see you here. I would like to thank the committee for hosting this field hearing in Arlington and allowing me to testify, address you today. Everyone here already knows this, but I'll say it anyway. Texas is a large and diverse state, not just in terms of population, but also in terms of geography. We have urban, suburban, and rural communities. We have plains, hills, mountains, prairies, and the piney woods, the Gulf Coast, and more. Each member of this committee represents a part of Texas that is completely unique from the colleagues sitting next to you, and that is the same truth for the congressional delegation as well. In Texas 32, and I want to shout out all my 32 folks that are here to defend our seat, I represent an urban and suburban area in DFW with a majority-minority constituency. My constituents need a representative who will fight for affordable housing, public transportation, and economic growth across diverse neighborhoods. And these needs differ from rural districts whose priorities might include agricultural needs, water infrastructure, rural broadband, and rural hospitals. Part of my job in Congress is to secure funding for the district's local needs and projects. This is only achieved by my district lines provide a cohesive priorities across these communities. If the committee considers and passes a map where 32 becomes a suburban and rural district, that will no longer be possible. This would pit communities against one another, leaving many communities' needs ignored. By lumping rural and suburban and urban communities together, Texas will weaken their voices and ensure that no one receives the fair representation that they deserve. The administration's demand to Governor Abbott to redistrict mid-decade after claiming the current map was not drawn with racial intent is disingenuous, clearly political, and outrageous. Now you are being told to target districts based on their racial composition. This is wrong, it's unconstitutional, and violates the Voting Rights Act. Texans already suffer from one of the most racially gerrymandered congressional maps in the country. After the 2020 census documented the most population growth over the last decade came from people of color, Texas chose to increase the number of majority white districts during the 2021 redistricting. And now apparently it was not enough. Basically, Mr. Chairman, this process is wrong. You guys have the power to stop it. I hope you will use your power for the benefit of the people of Texas.
Thank you for testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair has none. The witness is excused. Thank you. On this microphone, in just a little bit, if Elsie Cook Holmes will come to this microphone, we'll come to you in just a little bit. Chair calls Roman Palomares. Show you registered to testify as Roman Palomares on behalf of LULAC on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Chair will show that Representative Manuel is present. Time 5:34. Please give us your testimony, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Vasut and Select Committee. I represent the largest Latino organization in the United States, LULAC, the League of United Latin Americans. LULAC recognizes that Latino communities have fueled the state's rapid population growth for decades. And as the Rep. Rosenthal mentioned, between 2010 and 2020, 4 million people, 2 million Hispanic Latinos, 50% growth. These numbers are more than statistics. They represent a mandate for equal representation and political empowerment. LULAC strongly asserts that fair representation is not up for debate. The Voting Rights Act requires equal opportunity to elect candidates of our choice and create electoral maps that reflect true demographic shifts. Yet, certain Texas lawmakers have a history of suppressing Latino voting strength. They have repeatedly drawn boundaries which increase majority white districts. This cannot continue. It is illegal and unjust. LULAC proudly stands with coalitions of Latino, Black, Asian American organizations which have consistently led legal efforts to secure fair redistricting. This fight is not new, and it is far from over. As we approach the 2025 special session, our movement is prepared to stand resolute against any efforts to dilute the electoral power of communities of color. Texas belongs to all its residents, and so must its politics, and so must its political maps.
The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 1 minute. Can we?
Okay.
Now we get to all be friends for a minute while we wait here. I apologize, sir. I'm going to let you continue. We're gonna reset that. Hyper-technically, I got to wait a minute. I stopped the timer, though. So just if somebody could just not hit that button again, we'd greatly appreciate it. Mood lighting is fine, but maybe not that kind of mood lighting. With Let me ask this real quickly while we're waiting. Is Domingo Garcia, Jay Nam, or Ben Whitman here? Any of those three here? If I called your name and you heard it, if you could alert a member of committee staff, we understood that you might want to testify, and we had some forms for you, but we hadn't seen you. Okay, with that, without objection, members of the committee, the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. The chair will recognize Mr. Palomares to complete his testimony. I'll give you another 30 seconds, sir.
Thank you, sir. Texans deserve the chance to weigh in before final lines are drawn. A rushed, closed-door process only breeds more distrust and disenfranchisement. This is unacceptable in a modern democracy. The people of Texas must not allow their voices to be stolen through partisan gerrymandering. LULAC stands in complete opposition to any redistricting effort that undermines the will and the voice of the Latino community and any community of color. We will not allow decades of growth, civic participation, and sacrifice to be erased by political gamesmanship. Fair maps are the foundation of a functioning democracy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair has done. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Chair calls Elsie Cook Holmes. I'll show you registered to testify as Elsie Cook Holmes on behalf of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and other members of the committee. I am a proud resident of Texas and the immediate past international president of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. For over 100 years, members of our organization have fought for civil rights and voting rights. And I'm representing over 350,000 members, including thousands of Texans, to oppose this rush mid-decade redistricting process that threatens to silence communities of color and risks further harm to Black and brown Texans' ability to elect their preferred representatives. Despite a 30-day special session, we're a week into it. No maps or other data have been shared with the public for meaningful consideration, review, and debate. Yet you're asking us, your constituents, to engage in a rushed, non-transparent process that could further minimize the power of Black and brown Texan voters. That's not democracy, that's disenfranchisement. We know that the current maps already harm Black and brown communities, issues so severe that they've gone to federal court. And this special session is doing nothing. It's only exacerbating it. It's doing nothing to fix the injustices in Texas congressional map. So we encourage you to consider the fact that Texans deserve a congressional map that allows them the opportunity to choose their leaders. They do not deserve a map crafted behind closed doors where officials choose their constituents. So I urge this committee to halt this process until it can be carried out with transparency, fairness, and integrity. As our member, Texan's own, the late Congresswoman Barbara Jordan said, If the society today allows wrongs to go unchallenged, the impression is created that those wrongs have the approval of the majority. And I do not believe the majority of Texans are for this. We have a right to vote to our voice in Congress. And
Please
so
complete
we
your testimony.
demand, I'm sorry?
Oh, please complete your testimony. I'll let you get another sentence. Yes.
Okay. So we are watching, we are organized, and we are demanding better for our state and our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Mr. Manuel, for what purpose? And ma'am, my chief's going to bring you a form. If you could sign that form.
Yes.
Mr. Manuel, no question? Okay. All right. If you could sign your affirmation form. Members, any other questions for this witness? Chair Hussein, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. You are excused. Chair's going to call Royce West. Show you registered to testify as Royce West on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Senator, thank you. You're recognized. Please give us your. Is that correct, Senator? I get your registration correct, Senator?
With all due respect to Chairman and the members of this august body, I want you to look out here. This is Texas. This is Texas. This is Texas. I know that I'm in the other body, and I had some equivocation about whether or not I should come and testify. That equivocation lasted 1 second, because I wanted to make certain that I had the opportunity to talk to my colleagues in the House. Each and every one of the Republicans that was here in 2021 voted for that map. You voted for it. The governor signed it. Yes, it's being contested in federal court right now. The chair of the Senate Redistricting Committee testified under oath that it was race blind. Not once, but twice. Testified in federal court, and I know I've got some lawyers up here, under oath that was race blind. The Attorney General of the state of Texas, who spent much of his time during the Biden administration suing the federal government based on laws passed in the state of Texas. The governor signed this particular map that we're under right now. He put in a letter to the Department of Justice, as you well know, saying that the map was race blind. Your Attorney General. But where is he today? Is he suing the Trump administration? No. Ask yourself why. Members, I'm not going to be long. I know that my colleagues in the Senate Democratic Caucus are supportive of the House Democratic Caucus in asking you to just consider what the governor is asking you to do, but you don't have to vote for it. You do not have to vote for it. You know, I'm going to say this in closing. You know, I'm kind of an historian, and I read a lot of books. And I think about some of the lynchings that occurred. And a group of people that were standing there during the lynching. They just stood there and did nothing. Don't be one of those members as we deal with issues of redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair recognizes the speaker who to question the witness.
Senator, there's a lot of us up here. No, Senator, I want to thank you for being here and I appreciate your voice in this process. I've been trying to dig into where these maps are, and I've had a number of members of Congress come before this committee and testify. I've asked several of them. This is the first time I've had a member of the Senate come over, so I'd be remiss if I didn't ask it. Have you seen these maps yet? Are they available to y'all in the Senate and just maybe not to us in the House?
No, they're not. And let me say this. The the reality is that I've been reassured that there'll be hearings once the maps come out. But check this out. Will there be regional meetings like this? So everyone will have to come to Austin to see the maps, and probably not.
Well, so let me ask you about that. I want to drill down into that. Why is that? I mean, we can all stand up here and talk about what we'd like to see or not see, but without a bill in front of us, there's not something that's drawn right. A map comes in the form of a bill in the legislature, right? It's the same in the Senate.
That's
I got to
exactly
check because we do things different in the House than y'all do, but that's the way it works.
Exactly.
So because we have nothing here, I don't know what these boundaries look like. I don't know what Congressman V. This, what is, and I agree with you, what is the value of us seeing it, seeing the proposal, and being able to let folks, like the folks that are here tonight, and as I walked in, hundreds more outside those doors, comment on the actual bill? What's the difference between that and what we're doing here today?
That's true engagement by the public in terms of looking at maps and making comments about whether or not they fully represent communities of interest, as an example.
Well, and I appreciate that. I'm going to ask you one last question. I want to make sure that other members have an opportunity. My understanding is, pursuant to the Constitution, the governor can put anything on the call that we are supposed to undertake.
That's correct.
During a special session, you've been in the legislature longer than me. You know how that goes. And as far as I can find, as far as I can look into the House rules, there's nothing that says we have to take up, consider, or pass anything the governor puts on the call.
That's
Is there anything different? Do y'all operate under any different rules in the Senate? Do you have to do what the governor says over there?
You said rules? Or
Is there anything in the Constitution or the Senate rules that say that you have to do what's on the call?
No.
Is there anything that says you even have to hold hearings on it?
No.
Thank you, sir.
And let me just say this, Mr. Chairman, if I may. There are people outside that can't get in. And it's my understanding, because I've talked with the general counsel of the legislative liaison for the university, and I'm being told that they were instructed not to provide any additional space for people that couldn't come in here. And I would hope that that it came from the committee. I would hope that you would ask UT Arlington to just open up the space across the hall, okay, and allow people to sit in there.
Certainly, Senator. I'd be certainly happy if UT Arlington would open up that space. Before we Senators, a couple more questions. I would remind the audience, just because it takes time. So before we go to the next few questions for you, Senator, if Alyssa Simmons and Mark Vesey could be ready to go to these mics next, I'd appreciate it. I want to make sure we're efficient there. Any other questions for the witnesses? Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to question the panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator West, thank you for being here tonight. I think you were in the hearing room earlier when I spoke about the Department of Justice and thanked the chairman for sending a letter inviting the DOJ and suggested that the committee should consider a subpoena if need be, because we need to hear from the DOJ in this process. I know in the Senate, Senator King, the chairman of your redistricting committee, sent a letter inviting the DOJ to testify, I believe, on Friday. Do you happen to know, are there plans being made for the DOJ to testify before the Senate Redistricting Committee?
Other than knowing that a request has been made, I don't know whether or not they may be out of the office.
Okay. Understood. They wonder where they are. But I would hope, Senator, that for the House and the Senate to be able to fully understand the implications of what DOJ is asking Texas to do, that the DOJ will appear before the Senate Redistricting Committee and the House Redistricting Committee, and I hope both committees will pursue a subpoena process if need be to secure their testimony.
And I'd also hope that this committee would take into consideration that the law that's being depended upon by the Department of Justice is not settled law, by the way. There are other circuits that don't follow what the circuit has prescribed, and that they would allow the Supreme Court to at least opine on whether or not that ends up being the law of the country.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Chair will show Representative Bowers and Representative Davis present on the dais. Members, any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins, question witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, you've been around a long time.
Hey, come on, man.
Senator, you know, one of the things as we go through this journey together that I think is so important, and I know you have this knowledge, what recommendation would you make to our House colleagues in terms of allowing someone to come in and destroy Texas through racial lines, through many other lines, and then leave and go home, and we're left with the aftermath? What recommendation would you give our colleagues? Because, you know, everybody needs cover. And we know that when the man in the White House speaks, everybody does what? They jump and they listen. So, Senator, words of wisdom to my colleagues. Don't let this man destroy Texas.
You know,
what advice would you give them?
My advice to my Republican colleagues is to kind of look within. Look within. We all profess to be Christians. And the analogy I gave you a few minutes ago, where black men were being lynched, there were probably Christians at those lynchings. And they engaged in that type of behavior, knowing in their heart and their soul that was wrong. Wrong. So the question is whether or not you're going to go down that path and say, well, it's just about politics, or it's whether about making certain people in this room get an opportunity to sit at the same table that you're sitting at, have discussions, give their perspective concerning the issues, allow a vote to be taken, and let it be a reflection of the majority of your body and my body. We have a right to sit with you, if elected, duly elected by our constituents, and come up with policies that reflect the sentiment of this state. I'd ask you not to destroy what has already happened as it relates to representation by Hispanics and African Americans, because that's what your president is asking you to do. Not your God, but your president.
Members, any other questions? Chair is done. Thank you for your testimony, Senator. You're excused.
Thank you.
Now, forgive me if I read this form wrong. Is it Alyssa Simmons?
Alisa.
Alisa Simmons.
Yes.
So you ready to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, sir. My name is Alisa Simmons. I'm the Tarrant County Commissioner that represents the precinct. I represent the precinct that you are currently meeting in. This is my precinct. Welcome to ground zero of redistricting. Tarrant County, Texas, home of the Tea Party and MAGA Republicans, MAGA Republican County Judge, DA, Sheriff, all of them. I am here to urge the members of the Texas legislature to say no to racism and the racially discriminatory redraw of congressional maps. What you've done is planned and calculated a racist attack on the fundamental voting rights of people of color. I should know. MAGA County Judge Tim O'Hare used a racist law firm and a racist map drawer to attack, pack, and crack African American and Hispanic neighborhoods here, just like you are trying to do to our congressional maps. With the mid-decade redistricting of Tarrant County Commissioners' precincts, the Republicans came for me and my seat just last month. On June 3rd, my constituents lost their representation due to intentional racial gerrymandered MAGA politics. And what happened when my colleagues voted to redistrict? When they voted to go after my precinct 2 seat? A damn lawsuit. So hopefully you all are prepared for that. They redrew our lines not because the population shifted, not because our communities changed, but because they wanted to silence our voices. Like you, Texas legislative Republicans, my MAGA colleagues wanted more power than they already have. Tarrant County has been in existence since 1849 and has always been Republican-led. What more do you want? They didn't give a damn who they had to disenfranchise to do it. Is my time up?
Please complete. Yeah, I'll let you complete your sentence.
All right. That wasn't fair. That wasn't democratic. It was designed to rig the game before the whistle even blew. And now Texas Republican leadership is behind closed doors, haven't seen a map or a redistricting proposal from you guys, doing the same thing. But we're here today to say no to racism and racially discriminatorily redrawing of congressional maps. Thank you all.
Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Emanuel is recognized to question the witness. Oh, Commissioner, we might, it's okay. Just remember, just stay at that microphone until we might have some questions for you.
It's for me
Representative
over
Emanuel
here.
is recognized to question witness.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Had a quick question. I know you were saying that because of this, it's going to cause a lawsuit. Is your county right now flush with cash, or do you all have an oversurplus of cash? I'm asking for an intent, so I'm asking.
No, sir, we are not flush with
Okay,
cash.
so you're not. Second thing is, obviously you wouldn't know, but as of right now, since this will possibly be going to litigation, do you know how much the county is already having to spend to try to, affirm what they've already done to the seat with redistricting?
Yes, we have hired the racist, the firm that drew the racist map.
Mm-hmm.
We paid them to draw the racist map, $30,000, and now we've hired them to defend the damn racist map, and at $250,000.
Okay.
So that's just the beginning.
That's just the beginning. So
Yes.
we're already well above what, $300,000?
Yes, in less than a month.
Okay, and then how is that end up going to be paid back? I mean, I know the county's going to do it, but where is that?
Their money. These
So this is going
taxpayer
to come
dollars.
from taxpayers,
Yes.
who are already disenfranchised, as well as people who are not disenfranchised.
Correct.
So this is going to increase taxes in your county.
It probably will.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Ms. Turner, recognized to question witness.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Simmons, thank you for being here, and thank you for your leadership for our county and for our precinct. You talked about the Tarrant County mid-decade redistricting, and I'd like you just to inform the committee how your Republican colleagues on the Commissioners Court went about achieving it. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but they took heavily minority neighborhoods from Precinct 2, which you were elected to represent, and packed them into Precinct 1, which is an existing majority-minority commissioners precinct. Do I have that basically correct?
That's correct. So Precinct 2, as politicians you know, is a competitive district. Precinct 1 is decidedly Democratic. Precincts 3 and 4 are decidedly Republican. So, hey, if the Republicans run a good race, they maybe could have beat me, but they didn't. And so it's a competitive district, and so yes, my precinct, the CVAP voting age population was 48.9% black and brown. And with redistricting, it's now 38% black and brown. So they've decimated precinct 2.
Okay. So basically, when they do these racial gerrymanders, like we're about to see in this congressional map, there's basically two ways to do it, right? You can crack a minority community and thereby dilute votes across several districts, and or pack minority voters into as little geography as possible. But the net effect is the same, reducing the overall representation that minority voters have in their ability to elect the candidates of their choice.
That's correct. So they took, for example, the Tarrant County portion of Grand Prairie, which was in precinct 2, and votes decidedly Democratic. That's your district.
Yes.
And took it right around Arlington and placed it in precinct 1. So, you know, they cracked precinct 2 very well and put them into precinct 1.
Thank you for walking us through that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Barbara Gerber Hawkins for a purpose.
Mr. Chair, there's still requests for us to open up that room across the hall.
Yep.
So could we ask the host site to have that room open? We've got a lot of elderly people there, people on walkers, wheelchairs.
Happy to make that request.
Please, thank you.
Chair Rosenthal for purposes. Vice Chair Rosenthal.
Question for the chairman.
You have a question?
When you make that request, can you please remind the folks at UT Arlington that this is a publicly funded university?
Members, and just so you know, I stop the timer anytime there's a question of the chair, just so you know. Thinking of you. Members, any other questions for this witness? Commissioner, thank you for having us here today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Chair calls Mark Vesey. Now, while I call up Mr. Vesey, Congressman, if Leon Holloman could make your way to this other microphone, we'd love to come to you next. So Leon Holloman to this microphone. Show you register to testify as Mark Vesey on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Mark Vesey, Congressman for the 33rd Congressional District. Born and reared in Tarrant County with proud roots in the Lake Como and Stop 6 communities. The district that I represent is born of struggle, built by hope, and defined by diverse voices of both Tarrant and Dallas counties. From historic African American and Hispanic communities in Southeast Fort Worth and Forest Hill to the vibrant neighborhoods of Arlington, Grand Prairie, and North Oak Cliff, and to the diverse neighborhoods in the Valley Ranch area of Irving. This district represents the very soul of Texas. And it's been the honor of my life to serve these communities, to fight for every person, regardless of race, party, or ideology. But today I come before you not as a congressman, but as a witness, because the very communities that I serve and that I love are under threat. In Texas, the right to vote, a right paid for in blood and sweat and lives, is once again under siege. Only now the weapon is not a billy club or a literacy test, but a partisan pen wielded by those who would rig the system to preserve power rather than earn it. Donald Trump is demanding loyalty maps, maps drawn not to represent but to erase. And these maps would strip away the voices of black and brown Texans who built this state and fueled its growth. District 33 has a combined voting age population of over 84%, a minority voting age population to be specific. And it was created as part of a court-ordered map in 2011 to remedy deliberate racial gerrymandering. And since then, minority voters have consistently and reliably elected the candidate of their choice. I have been humbled to earn that trust in every election, and yet this district now faces a threat of being dismantled, not for fairness, not for compliance, but to serve the raw, hungry power of one man, Donald Trump.
Please complete your testimony.
Just a few years ago, Governor Abbott and Republican lawmakers stood in the federal court and swore under oath that their map was legal because it was drawn, quote, race blind. Now Trump is claiming that the map they drew is illegal because it was drawn with racial intent. Now those very Republican lawmakers claim that the map they drew is illegal because it was drawn with enough racial intent. So what is it? Were they lying then or are they lying now? Either way, one truth is clear.
Please complete your testimony.
They have shown that they cannot be trusted with the power to draw the lines that define our democracy. And the facts don't lie. 95% of Texas population growth came from minority residents. In Dallas and Tarrant counties, all the growth came from communities of color. And yet, out of 38 congressional districts in Texas, only 13 have consistently enabled minority voters to elect the candidate of their choice, and in all 13, they have chosen Democrats. Now, 13 of those districts are in the crosshairs, and make no mistake, redrawing these lines to dilute minority power would not be a neutral act. It would be an act of intentional racial discrimination that violates the law.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Grover Hawkins, recognized question witness.
Congressman, will your district land on the what I call in the bullseye and the target?
It was listed in the sham DOJ memo that was provided, but like everybody else, I've not seen a map.
So if indeed a map was passed, which we haven't seen, we're talking about destroying your district.
Right.
How does it feel really to be under attack like that when you've been a legislator, a congressional person for a number of years?
It's not really about how I feel. What really bothers me is the communities that I represent. That's really what bothers me. Consistently in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and again, I'm proud to be from Fort Worth. I was born here. My grandparents came here and moved to Como with nothing. And I'm very proud to be from Fort Worth and to be from Tarrant County. I will tell you that. But what I will also tell you is that I've watched this area grow. I've watched areas that used to be cow pastures, that were 1A and 2A schools that now have 15 high schools. And all of that growth was because of Black, Brown, and South Asian mainly growth. And for them to keep drawing these seats to not reflect that growth is wrong.
So, Congressman, have you stated all the things you needed to state to this community today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this witness? There's none. Thank you, Congressman. You're excused. At this right microphone, if Janet Matern could make her way down to this microphone.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
So the Chairman, yield for a question.
Chairman, you have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the overflow crowd outside, it's my understanding there's still not a TV hooked up or any audio video to where people waiting to testify and wanting to observe the hearing can actually hear the hearing. And my concern is specifically is people who are maybe registered and won't hear their name when called. And my understanding is the university has the capability of doing this if they receive the direction from the committee to do so.
Happy to pass along that request. We will certainly do so to hook up an audio visual there. In the meantime, I would encourage everyone that's outside on your cell phone, if you'll go to house.texas.gov, there's a link to audio visual there, and you'll be able to watch it on your phone. In the meantime, we will request that of the university. Thank you, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, we're going to go to our next witness. I'll start the clock again. I show you registered to testify as Leon Holloman. On behalf of yourself, on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, is that correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
Please give us your testimony.
Yes, I'm glad you introduced me as Leon Holman because I am not Anthony Davis. Although I wish I was, but you know. This redistricting process is, as I should say, bigotry, racism, and fascism disguised, camouflaged, and masquerading as politics. If you read the New York Times article, How Texas Plans to Make His House Districts Redder, all 5 districts that are slated for redistricting are primarily black and or Latino. This is a different candy coating on the old-fashioned chocolate-covered M&M peanut of racial supremacy. This is tantamount to Heinrich Himmler taking order from the Fuhrer. It's taking representation from the people who built this country, died for this country, and are now essential workers that keep this country alive during a pandemic and to this present day. What the state of Texas should be doing, should be figuring out is why a flood warning to Kerr County a day before the flood was ignored. Why millions of dollars in SNAP benefits were stolen from the most vulnerable in the state. Why did $60 million for summer school lunches for children was vetoed, even though the state of Texas has a $21.2 billion surplus? Those of you, please, I can't get my statement in. Those of you that support this immoral, unjust, and racist process are immoral, unjust, and racist. There is no room for negotiating wrong or right. It's either one or the other. There's no in between or other calculus. If you say you have morals, a conscience, a Christian, etc., you should be against this process, and that's it, that's all. What would Jesus do? Saying that you're doing the right thing, then voting the wrong way is lying, hypocrisy, and pretense. It's fakery.
Please complete your testimony.
Then if one says one thing, then lines up in lockstep behind the Fuhrer, ceding him ultimate power, those who do this will be responsible for the results.
Thank you. Wait right there, Mr. Holman. Mr. Holman, we might have some. I just want to make sure. Members, any questions for this witness?
I'm sorry?
Chair here's none. Thank you for your testimony and your excuse. Thank you, Ms. Holman. At this microphone behind him, if we could have John Van Compernel come up for this one. Chair is going to call Janet Matern. She registered to testify as Janet Matern on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Hello, thank you for the opportunity.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm sorry?
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Janet Matern, President of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County. I oppose the mid-census redistricting of congressional districts. Texans have the right to fair and equal representation achieved through a thoughtful, transparent process that allows meaningful public input. The process should establish criteria necessary to create legally compliant district maps, protect minority voting rights, and respect county lines, city boundaries, and communities of interest. Rushing the process can result in intentional voter disenfranchisement. Any proposal to remove minority representation from districts that have a history of electing people of color is a direct and intentional act of voter disenfranchisement. Do not silence communities of color by preventing them from having a voice in their government. Any map created that intentionally prohibits people of color from electing a representative who looks like them violates the Voting Rights Act. Rushing the process limits public input, erodes transparency, as well as public trust. Why are we here? Your constituents did not put redistricting on the special session agenda, did they? Redistricting should empower voters, not politicians. Reject any maps that disenfranchise voters and undermine democracy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair has none. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. At this microphone, if we could have Chaplain Rich Stoglin come up to this microphone here. We'll come to you next, sir. Chair calls John Van Compernel. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
All right. For those members of the committee that know me, you know that I am the last person that will show up here and support the federal government telling Texas what to do. You know that for a fact if you know me. The next thing, I think, is to understand the essence of the coming of age of the word gerrymandering. In 1812, Eldridge Gerry structured a Massachusetts State Senate district to ensure his election to that seat. It was in the shape of a salamander, hence gerrymander. If you look at today's congressional maps, they don't look like salamanders at all. They look like a Salvador Dali drawing. Because the governor has put this on a special session, you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to draw 38 boxes, each of which contains 758,000 people of any color, of any political persuasion. You should not disregard that opportunity. You should take this opportunity to draw a map that is colorblind, party blind, and simply has 38 boxes with 758,000 people in each box. Don't pay attention to the hyperbole. Don't pay attention to the nonsense. Pay attention to the opportunity that you have and grasp it. Grasp it with every part of your being. Thank you for this opportunity. I am.
So, for those in the audience, we are mandated to collect communities of common interest along geographic boundaries. Is that what you're advocating for today?
I'm advocating for fairness in drawing boundaries.
Sure.
If you have an opportunity, now I understand that the Constitution says you do it with every census. If in fact these districts, as they're drawn, are gerrymandered, which many people have said they are, then you have an opportunity to un-gerrymander them.
Right.
Why not take advantage of that opportunity?
And it's a very good point. I back you on that 100%. If we were to undertake that, do you think that should be informed with updated data and careful consideration, plenty of thought? And then, if we were to draw some new maps, roll them out and let folks like this all over the state weigh in on what those maps look like. Every affected district should have an opportunity to come speak before us. Do you think that's accurate?
I think once you have, I couldn't quite hear everything because of the applause. I think that the opportunity you have is to fix what's wrong.
I wish we would do that.
And if you take the census data from 2020, then use that data, but fix the shape so that you have something. Let's say that we can only reach shapes of a salamander. That's a whole lot better than the dallamander that we have.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions for this witness? See none? Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. If Lauren Pena can make her way down to this microphone. Lauren Pena, this microphone here. Chair calls Chaplain Rich Stoglin. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct, sir?
I'm here to represent the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County.
Let me, do I have permission to change your
Yes, sir,
registration
you
to say? And what was that again?
The Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County. I'm the president.
Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County.
and I am the president.
The gallery will come to order. Please give us your testimony, sir.
My name is Chaplain Rich Stoglin. I'm a native Texan, currently residing in Arlington, Texas, and I'm the president of Frederick Douglass Republic of Tarrant County. The renowned economist Dr. Thomas Sowell stated, "One of the sad signs of our times is that we have demonized those who produce, subsidized those who refuse to produce, and canonized those who complain." While the founder of the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County, the late Honorable Reby Carey, stated to black and brown Americans, "Be an informed, intelligent voter. Make your vote count. Remember, freedom isn't free. Someone has to pay the price." Historically, Texas has elected 40 Democrats, 1 independent, 1 unionist, and 6 Republican governors. We must read and evaluate the prosperity of our great state under each party. On 4 through 6, 1867 in Houston, Texas, the Republican Party of Texas was created by 150 colored men and 20 white men. They did this in the name of justice then, and we're requesting redistricting in the name of justice now. I echo their clarion call to have Republican leadership in the great state of Texas. As a black American, Afghanistan veteran, a retired department head of the U.S. Department of Justice, I strongly support the Republican redistricting. I do not want, nor does the great state of Texas or this magnificent nation deserve to continue.
Gentlemen will yield. The gentleman will be accorded the same respect that everyone testifying receives. We will come to order. Everyone, regardless of your belief, political persuasion, or age, or whoever you are an American, and you're entitled to be heard, and you will be heard in this committee. The audience will come to order. The gentleman is recognized to continue his testimony.
I do not want the great state of Texas or this magnificent nation deserve to continue seeing systemic gang and street violence, a plummeting educational system, communities deteriorating, men and women's sports, etc., while Democrats sit quietly and fall to condemn or acknowledge the systemic moral decay, screaming systemic racism for anything that does not fit their narrative. These acts of evil must stop. We need Republican leadership for such a time as this. Republicans have a larger story. Echoing the words of the American icon, Mr. Frederick Douglass, "You will not be judged by the heights you have risen, but from the depths you have climbed." I am a Republican, a black dyed-in-the-wool Republican, and I never intend to belong to any other party but the party of freedom and progress, Frederick Douglass. We need and must have increased Republican leadership in the great state of Texas to remain great. As president of the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County, I stand behind this statement. Simplified.
Thank you for your testimony.
Any questions for me?
Members, any questions for this witness?
And Mr. Chairman?
Yield. Hey,
Please stop doing
this is America. We hear from everyone, whether we agree with them or not. And the audience will come to order and extend the common courtesy of hearing every witness, regardless of their political persuasion. Now, with that basis, Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
To ask the gentleman a question.
The gentleman yield for questions. Mr. Manuel's recognized question witness.
You made a statement when you were speaking, and I just want to kind of get the understanding of it. So you don't think that redlining in communities throughout the nation had anything to do with the decay that happened with communities as they were rising and as they were trying to form? If you all could not, it would because we need to move.
Let me answer your question, sir. The Democratic...
The gentleman will yield.
The Democratic Party created that redlining.
Gentlemen will yield for one moment. Just so it's clear, questions only come from the dais. It's just in order for this process. So if the gentleman would be happy to answer Mr. Manuel's question.
Sure. The Democratic Party created the redlining just like they created the Jim Crow laws, the hanging, all that was the Democratic Party,
okay,
sir. And then
so
people talked about
no, sir.
the
That's
litany.
not what I asked you. I asked you, did you think that that redlining had anything to do with that, and also
I think redlining, yes, sir, to answer your question, has something
and
to
you're
do
also
with it.
being just a little disingenuous because the parties had two different platforms at that time than where
No,
we
no,
are
sir.
today. It was a very different party. It was a very different platform.
I can hardly hear what you.
I know. If you all would, I know some people are excited, but we really can't get to the answers.
No, sir, we can't. I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is you were being a little disingenuous because at that time the party had two different platforms.
What time?
What
sir?
they
Which
are
part?
today.
What
The
timeline?
party that you're talking about when it came to redlining, whenever people say Republicans, I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, or Independent, I'm a Democrat. The point of it is, as someone who loves and adores history, the party
So do
had
I.
two different platforms.
So do
it
I.
wasn't the
And I'm a
same
historian.
platform. Wait 1 second. The parties had two different platforms. So you're being a little disingenuous to people when you try to say that it's Democrats. Yes, it was Southern Democrats with a very different platform than what Democrats currently have today. Because in 1965, there was not an LGBTQ movement, and neither Republican nor Democrat had it. That doesn't mean that it's the same party. So we can't say that because they also had Dixiecrats, you had other Democrats, you had black Republicans. Yes, but it was a very different time. So I think it's best that we don't conflate that.
May I?
No, you can't ask questions. I asked the question.
I'm
You
going to answer
it
you.
for me, so thank you so much.
No, sir. Mr. Chair, I'm trying to answer your question because what you said was not factually true.
You answered the question. I asked you about redlining. You agreed with that, and I appreciate
The gentleman
you.
may respond to the question, but
Thank you.
the questions.
But in all fair, I'm trying to have a conversation, but I cannot hardly hear you.
Ladies,
in
the gentleman, you for a moment. Gentlemen, you for a moment. Just, it's important to remain a little quiet so they can hear, right? We want them to both be able to hear each other so that they can ask a question and answer. If the gentleman will gladly answer Mr. Manuel's questions, but questions cannot be asked from the front mic, just so it's clear.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman's recognized to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 1965, which you're talking about, which the Voting Rights Act was passed, it was signed by Lyndon B. Johnson, but it was voted primarily by Republicans in 1965. That's a fact. That's documented.
Members, any other questions for the witness? Okay. Thank you for your testimony. The gentleman is excused.
And Mr. Chair.
Oh, if Mr. John Gardner can come down. I apologize, sir. I've excused. I apologize, but technically, since I've excused you, the gentleman's not recognized. If Mr. John Gardner could come down to this front mic, thank you, sir. And we're going to recognize Lauren. No, we're not. All right. Chair recognizes Lauren Pena. I show you registered to testify as Lauren Pena on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
If the gallery will come to order so that the lady can be afforded the respect due her as a testifying witness, please give us your testimony. Thank you.
Hi, thank you guys so much for letting me be here today. My name is Lauren Pena. I currently reside in one of the first housing projects ever implemented in the United States right now. All of our civil rights are being severely violated. I have reached out to every single elected official on my state, federal, and local level to try to get assistance for elderly and disabled that are trapped on the second, third, and fourth-story floors that can't even leave to go get groceries because the elevator's broken and they're in wheelchairs. None of my elected officials have been willing to help me. So yes, I am a Republican running for United States Congress, living in federal housing projects. Now, I would like to get over here and speak about some things that I would like to improve. I think that when John had brought up that there are about 700,000 people, if they could each be in a district like that. There are about 700,000 people that are in a HUD property right now in Texas, and we have absolutely no representation. So as far as this redistricting, I have two suggestions. One, we could go and we could let there be an at-large person, someone who is receiving these benefits, that could go and possibly just serve 2 terms, trade up the next generation so that we can keep having people that are actually in poverty having a voice in our government, or we can simply just take every major city and put a district inside the inner city, because that is the problem. We do not have representation inside the inner cities. And I can tell you all right now that it is not good. The conditions are not good. Your taxpayer dollars are being weaponized against me, my family, and all of the other people there. There are elderly, there are disabled, there are veterans Their rights are being severely violated. And this is not a party thing. This should not be about who's a Republican or who's a Democrat. This is about human dignity. This is about people being harmed by these policies, and we have no representation. So I beg you guys, give my community, the poor community, people living in poverty, actual poverty, to have a voice in this nation. And thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. I forgot to give an alert earlier about the closing of registration, so I'm going to extend it another 10 minutes. Registration will close at 6:40 p.m. 6:40 p.m. right out there out front. If you haven't registered to testify, we'd love for you to do that right out front. At this time, the chair, if I could get down to this microphone, and I apologize if I ever butcher your name here, but Kim Batchelor, I believe, if you'll come down here to this front microphone. Love to have you here in a second, but I'm going to go to Mr. John Gardner. I'll show you registered testify as John Gardner on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony. You might want to come a little closer to that microphone. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Gardner. I'm with the Transport Workers Union. We represent flight attendants, baggage handlers, ramp agents, mechanics, and other ground service employees at major airlines in the DFW Metroplex and throughout the state. I am here today not just as a union leader, but as a proud Texan and a community advocate who has been on the ground walking through these neighborhoods and organizing workers and standing with working families in the city of Fort Worth. Today I speak out against this dangerous redistricting process that threatens to divide our communities and deny us our voice. In 2021, redistricting was done after the 2020 census. Texas gained 2 million residents. Roughly 90% of that growth were from communities of color. 2 new congressional districts were created. You would expect that the 2 new districts created would be representing communities of color. But instead, 2 majority white districts were created, even though they said that, that race was not a deciding factor in drawing the maps. Why are we doing this, and why now? There has not been a new census showing a change in population of the current districts that would create the need to redistrict again. President Trump told Governor Abbott, "Get me 5 new Republican seats." Then they targeted 5 majority black and brown districts, and their voices are being attempted to be silenced. District 18 has been without a representative since Sylvester Turner's death in March. An election should have been scheduled right away, but instead it is not until November, and runoffs are likely, with the potential of more than a year without representation. Residents in a district should have common interest. Rural areas had the interest in the Farm Bill. Urban areas in mass transit and jobs. Districts need to have a representative who lives in their district, who knows their district, what their district needs. Representative Mark Vesey lives in District 33. He knows what his constituents needs, and he gets things done. And he's been a great advocate for workers. When a district with a community of color is gerrymandered, it often is stretched out more than 100 miles in a rural area, and urban voices are rarely heard in such a large rural district. Do not silence the voice of communities of color with unnecessary redistricting. Please vote against redistricting in the middle of a decade. So I ask you, stand with Texans, stand for fair maps, and put Texans first, not Trump politics. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the, if the gentleman wait for this one. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. The chair is pleased to announce that we do have the overflow room now open across the hall with streaming video. I appreciate the University of Texas at Arlington accommodating us with that, and I appreciate if everybody just make sure that we maintain order here so we get through these witnesses. I'm going to come to you in just a moment, ma'am. If I could have Jeff Archer come to this microphone over here. We're going to come to him next. Thank you very much. Chair calls, we're going to decide, Jeff. Thank you. Chair calls Kim Batchelor. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct, ma'am?
That is correct.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony. And you have some handouts?
I do have handouts. A copy.
Representative Bojani, could you maybe grab that from her? Thank you so much. We'll gladly pass this out for you, and we'll reset your testimony time and let you start now. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. I'm a native-born Texan and a Christian, and I really want to direct my remarks to Christian legislators who are inclined to support this redistricting effort. In Matthew 20 and Luke 19, Jesus said, "You know the rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them, and their great ones are tyrants over them. It will not be so among you. But whoever wishes to be first among you must be your slave, just as the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many." Jesus modeled this for us who would be disciples by taking off his tunic, wrapping a cloth around his waist, and washing people's feet. The state of Texas gained 3 new seats after the last census count because of growth in the Latino Hispanic population, but crafted 2 of those seats to benefit people with my skin color. To redistrict now to produce similar districts is more lording over and certainly not Christ-like. I am blessed to live in District 33 amongst a diverse group of neighbors, all of us made in the image of God. For some reason, you have provided us no maps. All of us may, but I can foresee one that slices through our southern Dallas neighborhood to create a district from Brownwood to Gun Barrel City. Or maybe the legislature and the governor will create a district that resembles a beast with 7 heads and 10 horns that combines us with Amarillo. A word of caution, I work with some really good people in Amarillo to defeat a pit neighbor against neighbor travel ban by 20 points. So you never know what brings people together. To those who support this unjust redistricting, I call on you to instead, please remove your tunic of power, wrap a towel around your waist, and serve all the people of this state, not the power-hungry tyrant in Washington, D.C., and please reject this effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. If you'll hold up, we might have a question for you, ma'am. Members, any questions for the departing witness? Chair Harrison, the lady is excused. I'm going to make a brief request here. I'll pause our timer here for a moment. Is Freddie Haynes here? Did you, Mr. Haynes, did you already register? You already registered? Do we have your permission? Hang on. I got to be able to hear him, guys. Do we have your permission to delete the old registration and anoint thee a new one? Okay. We're gonna bring that to you. If you could fill out another one. Apologize. The vice chair has requested you to testify, and we want to make sure we do that. But I have honestly no idea where you are in that stack, and that would take a long time to find you. So we're gonna do you a new registration. All right. Now, chair calls Jeff Archer. I'll show you registered to testify as Jeff Archer with the Texas Legislative Council, and as always, you are neutral. Is that correct? And on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Did I get that right, Jeff?
That's correct.
All right. Now, we had brought Mr. Archer here. I believe that a member of the committee had a question. I just note for the committee that Legislative Council enjoys a privilege with members, so don't go into anything privileged. But Representative Manuel, for what purpose?
A few questions, please.
Please, you're recognized to question the witness.
Thank you. Just had a few questions about the Red Apple app. What were the dates that that app was down? There was a technical error on the computers throughout our software.
I'm not aware of any technical error with Red Apple that took it down. There was routine, I say routine, there was important data center maintenance done.
Okay.
On Sunday morning, I believe that's the 28th or 9th of
28th of June. Okay.
The last Sunday in June.
Okay, and
it was planned. It was
planned. Was a notice sent out about that?
Yes, every member of the legislature and every staffer in the legislative community received notice. In addition, we notified all the registered users on Red Apple. So those private groups, the sponsored groups that use Red Apple.
When was that completed?
Probably by noon on that Sunday morning.
Okay, noon on that Sunday morning. Okay.
I can give you copies of the notices.
Yes, because my office reached out because it was removed from our computers, from my district to my Capitol office. And we had to have it basically re-put back in by Ledge Council. And so I'm trying to see why it was removed on that date, because when we tried to get into it, it just wouldn't show up on any of our applications. And again, I'm not trying to say you all are doing anything nefarious. I'm just wondering why it was removed once right before it was called by the governor. So you said it was only from the 28th in the morning to
the same day. All
the same day.
Just one Sunday morning.
And there's not a reason that it was removed from computers at two different locations.
That shouldn't be
It
related.
happened. If you look at the ticket from my office, you'll see
Absolutely.
that it
I
was
have not seen
removed, and in about an hour or so they were called back and said it was put back on, and it was for technical reasons.
Yeah, and I'm not aware of what that was.
Okay. And is there a way that we can get a request of what those technical reasons were?
Yeah, I can look into what
Okay.
may have happened on
And
your
what changes
particular
were made to
computer.
it?
Yes. Right.
Okay. That's all I really wanted to know. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you very much.
Members, any other questions of the resource witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose? Question witness?
Question witness,
Check.
please.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Archer, thank you for being here today. If memory serves from the last redistricting in 2021, one of the functions of Ledge Council is to receive the data file from the United States Census Bureau, input it into the Red Apple application that you were just discussing with Representative Manuel. So then legislators have that data and others have that data in order to draw maps. Do I have that roughly correct?
That's correct. State leadership designates several recipients of the census data, including the state demographer, I'm not sure who else, and the legislative council, excuse me, on behalf of the legislature.
Okay. And Texas Legislative Council received that data from the Census Bureau in 2021, is that right?
Yes, as you recall, it was late. It was in early September.
Because of the pandemic,
Late
yeah.
August.
Right, okay. Has Legislative Council received any new data from the Census Bureau since 2021?
We receive annual American Community Survey data.
Right. But in terms of an actual census count, as you would receive after the decennial census, there's been no new census conducted.
There's been no new census data.
Okay.
The American Community Survey has estimates of geographic areas, but not block level.
Not block level, right. So if the legislature does embark on this mid-decade redistricting, and again, as the chair has stated, there is no map yet that we've seen, but if there was to be a map drawn, it would be based upon census data that is now 5 years old. Is that right?
If it's based on census data, it would be 5-year-old census data.
Is there a way to draw a map that's not based on census data?
As you know, there have been advocates to use registered voters or other databases for that. So obviously you can, the data for electors isn't necessarily on the same schedule. There are election databases for every general election.
Sure, understood that the legislature could look at more recent election data as it's drawing maps, but for purposes of drawing districts that are balanced by population, the only population data the legislature would have to work with is the 2020 census, correct?
That's correct.
There's no 2024 census or 2025 census to work with, right?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Members, any other questions of this witness? Thank you, Mr. Archer. You are excused. The time has come to close witness registration. Is there anyone else in this room wishing to testify on the revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan? Ms. Rose, did you have a question to that witness?
No, I did not, but I do have.
Okay, I'm going to recognize you here in just a moment. Anyone in this room wishing to register that hasn't? Sir, here's none. The witness closes. One in the back. Ma'am, if you could come up, get a witness registration form. Anyone else? Chair hears none. Aside from the lady coming down in the black shirt, registration is closed. All right. Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that you added to Elsie Cook's Home's registration form that she is the 27th International President of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
I think I would hyper-technically have to have her give me permission to do so. Is she still in this room? If you could come up to that microphone, ma'am.
28 national president.
Well, wait a minute. Did you tell me something wrong? All right. If she could come up to that microphone real quick,
If
I'm
y'all
happy to
would not
correct her
have me
registration.
running to these hearings and watching hearings all night long, I could probably get some
All
rest.
right. Miss,
Here she comes.
right here.
She's
Oh,
here.
no. There we go. Miss Cook Holmes. Mr.
Chair.
Now, tell me what we need to correct on here.
That she's the 28th national president of Delta Sigma Theta
She's the 20.
Sorority
So you're gonna.
Incorporated.
I have your permission to change your registration to say you're testifying on behalf of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Inc. and that you are the 28th.
The 28th. Yes, the
28th president.
Yes.
International.
International
20
president.
All right. 28 international.
I'm not sure what it has on there now. It might say, does it say, what does it say?
All right. I have.
I'm the
written-
immediate past international president and also the 28th.
Okay, so all right, easy there.
President.
We added a little bit.
Okay.
I went to A&M. Y'all bear with me for a second. Immediate
Past international president.
Immediate past international president. I appreciate the crowd's participation. Y'all are doing great. And then, all right. Now I have this form. It says that you are the immediate
That will be
past
sufficient. Thank
international
you.
president and the 28th international president. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, your witness registration has been updated. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
I'm
Ms.
so
Rowe.
glad to be a Delta.
All right. Okay. I always love injecting a little levity. If I could have, ma'am, we're going to take you in order, but did you just register?
Yes,
Okay.
I just
We're
filled
going
out
to
the
take you
form.
in order in just a second.
Okay.
Yeah. But it may be a while. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. We're taking them in the order received. Chair's going to call up to this microphone Richard Howell and to this microphone Frederick Haynes. Frederick Haynes, Richard Howell. And if Maria Garza could be ready.
Frederick, where do you want Frederick?
Frederick, if you could come down to this microphone, and Richard to that one. All right. Okay. I'll show you registered to testify as Richard Howell on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Please
correct.
give us your testimony, sir.
Okay. My name is Richard Howe. I live in Plano, Texas. I'm a native Texan born in San Antonio. And I'm here on behalf of myself. And I'm a very concerned Texan. And I want to thank you for the opportunity for providing comments. I'm currently represented in the state legislature by Jeff Leach, State House District 67, Angela Paxton in the State Senate, District 8, and in the U.S. House, I'm represented by Pat Fallon in Congressional District 4. I'm here to oppose this out-of-cycle redistricting push during this special session, which has been dictated by outside of Texas. Instead, I urge this redistricting committee to maybe take this opportunity to implement a more fair and rational redistricting policy by putting forward a joint resolution for a ballot referendum to establish an independent, nonpartisan commission to be responsible for future redistricting, which wouldn't happen until after 2030. Of those that are not undermines the principles of fair representation. They defy logic and geographical coherence, and they compromise the integrity of the democratic processes. Frankly, it's embarrassing. Let's stop letting the majority pick their voters and get back to voters picking their elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair has none. Thank you, sir. You're excused. At this microphone next, if I could have Maria Garza come down to this microphone right over here, if you don't mind. I'll show you registered to testify as Frederick Haynes. Now, I believe, was doctor mentioned? You want me to update? Your witness registration form didn't say doctor. You want me to add that to it?
If you'd like.
All right. I have your permission to add doctor. Okay. I show you registered to testify as Dr. Frederick Haynes on behalf of the Friendship West Baptist Church on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Thank you very much.
Please give us your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Frederick Douglass Haynes, and that name has been used earlier. I want to commend you because there are two governing principles that have informed how you have presided today. Number one, you said that we are going to follow the rules. Number two, you also mentioned that every American deserves to be heard. It is my prayer that that would govern how we respond to the wannabe kings the wannabe king from Washington, D.C., dictating that we redistrict at this inopportune time already districts that have been well gerrymandered. And so I'm asking, number one, that we follow the rules of justice. Justice, according to Michael Eric Dyson, is what love sounds like when it speaks in public. Justice means that all of us, your number two principle, deserve to have our voices heard. With this particular dictate coming down from Washington, D.C., our voices will not be heard. I'm asking, Mr. Chair, that indeed this committee reject what's coming from Washington, D.C., and ensure that our voices are heard, and not only that our voices are heard, but that we follow the rules of justice. I basically say with what has been said before, most, if not all, on this committee have some kind of religious affiliation. According to my understanding of Christianity and most religions, there is a belief in justice. If there is a belief in justice, it especially is concerned with ensuring that the voiceless have a voice. Please do not rob the voiceless of a voice with a racist redistricting that follows the dictates of someone who wants to be the king and not the president of the United States of America. In a few months, many of us are going to celebrate what happened 70 years ago when Rosa Parks decided that she would stand for justice by not giving up her seat. I've always wondered about all the other folk on the bus that December 1st day. What did they do? Rosa Parks, we agree, was on the right side of history because she took a stand for what was right and just. The others were on the wrong side of history because they did not take a stand at all, or they went along with what was wrong. I'm asking you this day, please stand with Rosa Parks in that spirit, meaning that history will record that you were on the right side of history because you stood for justice. You were on the right side of history because you followed the rules of justice. You were on the right side of history because you made sure that everybody in Texas has a voice, and not just voices of those who look like the occupant of the White House. I am begging you, please stand on the right side of history as opposed to the wrong side of history, which will hurt all of us and is against everything that is moral and everything that is just. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Bowers is recognized to question the witness. The gallery will come to order so that the witness can answer questions. The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to question the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have a question, but I would just like to thank Dr. Frederick Douglass Haynes for his statement and remarks, and let the church say amen.
Ms. Bowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a correction that is being asked. If Roman Palomares registration can be changed to the national president of LULAC.
If she is so present, I'd be happy to. I apologize. Thank you for correcting me. If he could come down, I'd be happy to correct it. I need to have you into the microphone, though, sir, if you don't mind. Before you do that, any other questions for the witness at the bar? Representative Barbara Governor-Hawkins, you recognize the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Pastor, as you well know, this is a time right now, such as this, that we've got to call on our higher power. I believe that my Republican colleagues may feel threatened or have that fear of dealing with the man in the White House. What words of wisdom could you give them so that indeed they not do this?
Yeah,
I'm saying just don't do it.
Yeah.
Let's be big.
Yeah.
What would you give us from your wisdom, your knowledge of the Holy Spirit?
Thank you so much. Thank you. I would just say to all of us, especially our Republican sisters and brothers, that there is a King of Kings who gives us a moral compass. And may that moral compass make you a thermostat and not a thermometer. A thermometer basically goes along with the environment. A thermostat regulates the environment. You have the power from the King of Kings to be a thermostat and not a thermometer.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your time. Gentleman is excused. Mr. Palomares, if you'll please come up to this microphone. I think a question was raised about correcting your witness information form. I showed you registered to testify as Roman Palomares on behalf of LULAC. Was that correct, or what needed to be edited there?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I showed you registered to testify as Roman Palomares on behalf of LULAC.
Yes.
Was that correct?
That's correct.
Was there something that needed to be corrected?
No.
Well, I want to make sure that
I'm the national president, and I live in District 33.
That is indeed reflected on your witness affirmation form.
Very
Thank
good.
you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to, Ms. Garza, one moment. If I could have Laura Walters come down to this microphone. Now, Ms. Garza, I show you registered to testify as Maria Garza on behalf of the Workers' Defense Action Fund on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm an organizer with Workers' Defense Action Fund. My name is Maria de Jesus Garza. I am also a proud wife of a U.S. Marine veteran. I'm a proud union member, and I work at Workers' Defense, and we organize people, predominantly Latino folks, Latino workers and their families here in Texas. Today I'm testifying in response to the legislature that's attempting to redistrict our congressional districts mid-sentence. I oppose this, and so does every single Dallas County person I've spoken to since the governor decided to ask to do this. It doesn't take a demographer, and I think someone up there said that they're an engineer, to know that squeezing 5 more districts out of Texas can only be done if you drag us back into an era of racial segregation, poll tax, and adopting what would be the most racially discriminatory maps in our state has seen in ages. There are still people missing in Kerr County. Millions of Texans are on the verge of losing their health care. 3 days ago, we had a heat-related death here in Dallas County. Well, in Dallas County. We're not in Dallas County right now. In June, we had a postal worker die from heat-related issues. At this time, when our people are being subject to low pay, skyrocketing costs for groceries, ridiculous electric bills, and on top of that, a tax based on the color of our skin, our parents are being hunted and deported. The last thing we need is to worry about their congressional representatives being taking away their voice. Because by taking away their voice, they're taking away their humanity. Texans are dying and suffering and hurting, and now you're choosing to spend this time doing this instead of actually helping the community. We need to do what's right for Texans. We need to stop what's happening here and actually focus on what people need. There are so many needs here in Texas. And I know that people that look like me might not have the courage to step in here and have this moment to tell you that this is not important. But I'm telling you on behalf of those people that this hearing, this moment, this work that you guys are choosing to do is not important. There are people that are dying. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? The chair has none. Thank you, ma'am. You are excused. We're going to take one more witness, and then we'll take a brief break, and I emphasize brief so everybody understands. Not a Texas ledge brief break, but an actual brief break. All right. Chair calls Laura Walters. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is the Reverend Laura Walters. I'm an ordained pastor in the Presbyterian Church. I am speaking against current redistricting. I speak today from a Christian perspective, not because Christianity should be prioritized. We are stronger with a plurality in our state. But because we do not hear enough about Jesus' command to love our neighbors and prioritize the marginalized. You see, in our faith stories, Jesus always goes to the edge of society to listen to folks. And he does not leave them there. He brings people back into community so that all voices are heard. Jesus builds up communities. He does not carve them apart. While we have not seen any maps making this process inherently unjust, the DOJ's letter targets districts that are historically black and brown neighborhoods. Breaking apart communities, targeting black and Hispanic peoples will result in large groups of Texans being underrepresented, replaced by officials who do not know or understand the needs of their constituency. That is unjust. That is not Christian. Redistricting mid-census is unnecessary. Texans haven't asked for this. This wasn't part of the regular session. The state has claimed in court that current maps are racially neutral. This is about power, not need, not justice, not love. This is unjust. This is not Christian. People of color make up more than 95% of the state's growth. Women of color represent the majority of Texas's females. Texas is home to over 4 million black residents. And yet these folks are not equitably represented in our government. Voices are being silenced. This is unjust. This is not Christian. I'm asking you to be a little bit more like Jesus. Listen. Don't tear apart Texas communities. Work so all Texans can be heard and represented.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair hears none. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. At this time, we're going to take a brief break. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 5 minutes. Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. I've noticed this gavel up here doesn't make quite as much noise as the one on the dais of the House. But if y'all will come back to order, if everyone can find their way to their seats. Appreciate you hanging in there with us. We had worked on a technical issue, and I think we've solved it. Come back in here. Chair at this time is going to call up two witnesses. If you'll take separate microphones. Chair's going to call Roderick Miles, and Chair's going to call Sergio De Leon. Roderick Miles and Sergio De Leon, if you'll make your way up to separate microphones. Once you're there, we'll go ahead and get started. Roderick Miles? All right. I show you registered to testify as Roderick Miles on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Roderick Miles, and I have the privilege of representing the residents of Tarrant County Precinct 1 as their county commissioner.
All right.
I rise to stand in opposition to this congressional redistricting. This is not just about Republicans versus Democrats. This is about right versus wrong, about power versus principle. What we are witnessing is not simply politics. It is a deliberate effort to undermine the rights of people. That is a moral failure, my friends, and that is an ethical failure. When government redraws lines with the intent to silence specific communities, it does more than violate laws. It violates trust. It strips people of their dignity. We tell our children that every vote matters, that every vote counts. But what does it say when those in power erase voices they do not want to hear? Proverbs 11:1 tells us that the Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him. When we rig the system to benefit the powerful, we are using dishonest scales. This is not just unconstitutional, it is unjust. We just went through this in Tarrant County. Maps were drawn in a way that made communities feel invincible. That was not representation, that was erasure. Now voters across Texas are seeing the same naked power grab, just at a larger scale. Once again, lines are being drawn not to bring people in, but to push people out.
Boom.
District 33 was created through a court order to repair harm done to communities of color. It was meant to ensure that we would no longer crack apart neighborhoods just because they vote differently. This mid-decade redistricting would not just reverse progress, it would deepen the harm and dishonor the courts, the people, and the principle of equal representation. It is especially shameful that this is being done during a special session meant to prepare for disasters. Let us not forget.
One more sentence, you bet.
Let us not forget, it is the very communities being targeted that suffer the
witness. Chair, there's none. Thank you. The witness is excused. At this microphone down here, if we can next get Brittany Coington, or Queuington, I apologize. If you'll come down here. And I go back to Mr. De Leon. I ask for you to register to testify as Sergio De Leon on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And I have a duplicate registration from you. Is you registered twice? Is it okay if we delete the duplicate registration?
Yes, it is.
Okay, please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sergio De Leon, and I have the honor of representing Tarrant County Precinct 5 as the duly elected Justice of the Peace. I am here today to object to this mid-decade redistricting by the Texas legislature and your attempt to silence minority voters across the Lone Star State. I can recall a time period when Republicans in Texas and the Texas legislature wanted nothing to do with Washington, D.C. Now you are taking your cues directly from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue rather than the people you represent. You all are engaged in a game of Simon Says, and Simon is about to run you off the cliff. The people of Texas want their elected officials to do what is right and what is just. And this mid-decade attempt to redraw the lines in order to favor the president is just wrong. And it is an injustice to racially discriminate against Hispanic and black voters by presumably, because we haven't seen the maps, by cracking and packing and diluting minority voting strength. Your power grab does nothing more than contribute to the distrust that people have of their government and their elected officials. They believe no matter who is in power, their station in life does not advance, and they give up and refuse to participate in the system. The lost hope stains our democracy, and it is something that we all must work towards to avoid. I hope this moment serves as a wake-up call to everyone watching this debacle to re-engage and to reaffirm their commitment to citizen engagement and voting at every level of government. Additionally, the Trump Justice Department is a farce, and they are focused on dismantling minority voting rights. The letter sent by the Trump DOJ is a fig leaf to simply rip apart Hispanic and African American communities of interest.
Please complete your testimony.
These are communities with similar social economics who come together in support of candidates in their choice. Republicans in this state are trying to silence the voice of minority voters, and it's not going to fly. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Members, any questions for the witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
At this microphone over here, if I could get Samuel Garcia to come down next for this one. Samuel Garcia. Okay. Now, I said this wrong earlier. I show you registered to testify as Brittany Cewington? Cewington. That's an awesome name. Brittany Cewington, on behalf of the Texas AFL-CIO on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Cewington. I'm an Air Force veteran, a proud union member, it's not already obvious, a working class organizer, and a black woman who has always called North Texas home. I currently live in Collin County, but home for me is South Dallas, not to be confused with Southern Dallas. I didn't just serve my country, I came back home and kept serving my community. And I know firsthand, when you break up districts haphazardly, when you buy or bury urban, suburban, working class, veteran-heavy neighborhoods into mostly rural congressional maps, you're not just redrawing lines, you're erasing people. People like me. But I'm assuming that's the point. Although I live in a neighboring county, what happens to the one next door affects us all. We work together, we worship together, our kids ride the same school buses. You can't surgically remove us from each other and then pretend like we're not connected. Veterans, especially minority veterans, already face barriers when it comes to accessing the health care, benefits, and economic opportunities that we were told we earned. We can't afford to have our voices watered down in the districts that don't reflect our lives or our needs. We deserve more than performative representation. We deserve leaders who live among us, leaders who show up when there's no photo op, and who know our struggle because, hell, they lived it too. Let me be clear. This isn't about left or right. It's about right and wrong. And what is happening right here is wrong. If you're going to thank us as veterans for our service, then respect the communities that we come home to. If you're going to say our skilled labor is essential, respect the access to equitable resources for those workers and their families. Keep our districts whole as much as possible. Keep our voices intact, and stop playing politics with our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. If I could get up to this microphone over here, Ananiah Turner. Ananiah Turner, if you could come down to this microphone, we'll get to you in just a moment. All right, Chair calls Samuel Garcia. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please give us your testimony.
I drove here 3 hours to get here. I came from Abilene, Texas. And if I'm willing to drive 3 hours to come here and talk, I'm going to ask you to get off your phone and listen to what I have to say. Whenever I found out, when you address somebody from the state legislature, you're supposed to call them the honorable this or the honorable that. Well, the word honorable means that you bring honor. And when you're elected, you're given that title. You should earn that title. Being honorable means that you do the right thing. Being honorable means that you will look at yourself in the mirror every day and say, why am I doing this? You got a call from Donald Trump. He told you to go find 5 seats. No, he got asked, how many seats? He said 5. He was asked on the news. You say, we don't have any maps. Well, how in the hell does Donald Trump know he's going to get 5 seats? I bet you anything there's maps that are there. Those maps are there, and they're sitting on his desk, and he's waiting for you to do it. This is ridiculous. A man a few days ago was arrested because he spoke too long at the lectern. He spoke too long, and y'all said, oh, he had to be arrested because he broke the rules. How many of you are going to get arrested for breaking the rules of mistreating the citizens of this state? You're breaking the rules. We are the citizens of this nation. We're the ones, it's supposed to be bottom up, not top down. I'm going to say this one thing to you. You know it's wrong. In your heart, you know it's wrong. And here's what I'm going to ask you. When your kids or your grandkids ask you one day, as a state representative, did you always do the right thing? You got 2 answers that you can choose from. You're either going to have to admit to them that, no, sometimes I did things just for power. Sometimes I did that. Or you're going to have to lie to your kids and lie to your grandkids and tell them you did it because you believed it, because you know this is wrong. This is wrong. I grew up.
Please complete your testimony.
I'm an Aggie, and I bleed Aggie maroon. In Aggies, we say, Aggies, we don't lie, cheat, or steal, and we don't tolerate those who do. But the other thing is, soy mexicano. And my mother would look at you today, and say, sin vergüenza.
Members, any questions for this witness? You're fine, sir. Chair is none. Thank you. The witness is excused. If I could have Ebony Turner come down to this microphone. Come to you next. All right. I'll show you register to testify as Ananiah Turner. Anaya Turner. Thank you for that. On behalf of the Barbara Jordan Leadership Institute, on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct? Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Anaya Turner. I am a resident of Congressional District 18, a student at Texas Southern University, and a fellow of the Barbara Jordan Leadership Institute. I'm deeply concerned about the proposed mid-decade redistricting, especially considering CD 18 will be without representation for 8 to 10 months, which is effectively taxation without representation for our community. I believe initiating redistricting now is unnecessary. There is no compelling evidence to justify disrupting our electoral landscape further. Our focus should be on addressing immediate community needs, not unwarranted changes that compound our existing lack of representation. Texas's scale demands more than 3 hearings. This is racially driven, limiting discussion, risk, excluding many Texans, especially marginalized communities. This revision leaves people out of selecting their representation. We must ensure every citizen can influence their representation and stand against undermining democratic principles and reducing public participation. I urge you to reject mid-decade redistricting, wait for the 2030 census, and give CD 18 voters a real chance to be heard and represented. Please honor Barbara Jordan's legacy and fair representation for all Texans. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the witness.
Ms. Turner, thank you so much for coming today, all the way from Congressional 18. How many hours did you drive to be here today?
I'm sorry?
How long did it take you to get here?
Oh, it was, well, I'm from here, so it only took me a few minutes, but it's 4 hours.
So let me ask you about Congressional 18. Would you say that's... No. Don't speed on the road. Congressional 18 is a historic, iconic district, would you say?
Yes.
That brought us Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Craig Washington, and Sylvester Turner.
Yes.
So your testimony today is that you believe that 800,000 or so residents of Congressional 18 deserve a voice in their federal government?
I believe they do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Members, witness is excused. At this side over here, if I could get Ernest Lineberger to come down and be ready at that microphone. All right, ma'am, I show you registered to testify as Ebony Turner on behalf of the Black Mansfield Moms Group and yourself.
That's correct.
On the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ebony Turner. I am a resident of CDC 6, SD 22, a former candidate for House District 96 and resident of 96, and still barely a resident of Tarrant County Commissioner Precinct 2. My daughter is a presidential scholar at Texas Southern University, so my money resides in CD 18. You just heard from her. I am the founder of the 3,400-member Black Mansfield Moms Group and also the Hispanic Women Network of Texas, Arlington chapter, and a proud member of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. So first, I want to give my condolences and prayers go out to the recent victims' families and survivors of the flood earlier this month, because preventing future tragedies is where our focus should be instead of on this redistricting nonsense. As an attorney, I know, and I know that you all know, illegal racial gerrymandering violates Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. As such, I oppose this mid-census redistricting plan. I oppose targeting black and brown districts to accomplish Trump's goal of gaining 5 new seats. I oppose racial gerrymandering and any cracking and packing that will surely be the center of this effort. Texans do not want or need this. California and other Democratic-led states have vowed to redistrict in such a way as to neutralize any Republican seats that might be gained. So what is the point? Why set a precedent that redistricting can occur whenever any leader in power says so on a whim? Tarrant County is already spending taxpayer dollars to defend an illegal racial gerrymandering lawsuit of its county commissioner precincts, especially mine. Any passage of illegally racially gerrymandered bills will result in the same fate at the state level. As I close, it is you, state legislators, who will suffer the biggest fallout. Congressional seats might be gained, but many more of you will lose yours. So So here's to hoping permanent out-of-state notifications for Abbott and any proponents of this mid-census illegal racist power grab. I oppose.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
At this microphone, if I could have next come down Amanda McLaughlin. Amanda McLaughlin. All right. I show you registered to testify as Ernest Lineberger on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
I'd like to thank all of you for being here and putting in these long hours, and this great group for being here and sharing their thoughts. I am Ernest Lineberger. I am a candidate for U.S. House for Texas Congressional District 26, a retired naval officer, a veteran, an engineer with 29 years at Texas Instruments in Dallas, a believer in love your neighbor, and we are all neighbors. I ran for the open seat in 2024 and got 36% of the vote. Since then, Representative Brandon Gill and I have been working to convince the voters that I am the better choice. Mr. Gill is new to public service. Mr. Gill is new to public service and seems aligned to serve the wealthy and take from those in need, while my approach is putting the people's needs first. This redistricting plan, and I have seen one called C2201, may not be applicable, but that's the one I'm referring to, has elongated districts with tiny tails in urban areas and distant massive amount of rural that make it very difficult for House members to stay in touch and correctly represent. Equally difficult for constituents to seek support. Old districts are divided up. End-to-end distance is dramatically increased. These seats might as well be Texas at large rather than district-specific. This proposal is wrong and harmful to our representative government. The changes to CD 26 are extreme. This will set me back in name recognition and voter outreach. I'm eager to represent the voters of CD 26 and be a statesman of stewardship who will look after their needs and those of the nation. Water, hospitals, Medicare, SNAP, VA, FAA, NOAA, FEMA, and any other assistance needed to help everyone to reach their full potential. I'm Ernest Lineberger of Denton County. I oppose this mid-decade redistricting, but will serve my district and America regardless. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The gentleman is excused. At this microphone next, if I could get Denasia Jones, if you please come to that microphone next. Thank you for that. Chair calls Amanda McLaughlin. I'll show you registered to testify as Amanda McLaughlin on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay. I am Amanda McLaughlin, and I'm representing myself. Why is there an effort to redistrict? For years, any bias in the last redistricting was denied, and that is the basis for redistricting. There has already been a great deal of gerrymandering. The purpose of this redistricting is not to correct any past bias, just the opposite. It is an attempt to seize more power that does not represent the people. Legislators should serve the people they represent, but now many legislators are there to serve themselves and a president who bullies them and demanding 5 more Republican seats. The new maps are not available. I believe that they are being hidden from us because it would be obvious how biased and unfair they are. We should have hearings after the maps are released. This redistricting will discriminate even more against many people in a very diverse state for the benefit of one group. White conservatives represent a small portion of the population but want to control everyone. This control includes forcing Christian nationalisms on everyone. While we are denying children school lunches, we are forcing classes to display the 10 Commandments. Immigrants are being disappeared without any due process, and as transgender women, my basic rights are being denied. We are already bullied. We don't need a stronger bully. This is abusing power to gain more power and should not be allowed. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. You are excused. If I could get at this microphone next, Kathleen Turner. Kathleen Turner at that microphone. I'll show you registered to testify as Denasia Jones on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and fellow Texans. My name is Denasia Jones. I'm a junior pre-law political science major at UT Arlington. I'm here today voicing my concerns about the proposed mid-cycle redirecting effort. Redistricting is a process meant to ensure fair and equal representation based on population changes reflected in the 10-year census. We are witnessing a political motivated and deviation from that demographic justification. Attempting to redraw congressional maps in the middle of the decade, just years after the census, is not just irregular, but also a strategic partisan power. I find it deeply troubling that this process appears to prioritize political control over community representation, especially in a state as diverse and rapidly growing as Texas. Communities of color, Black, Latino, and Asian have historically been underrepresented. The proposed changes threaten to dismantle their voting strength through tactics like cracking and packing, making it harder for these communities to elect candidates of their choice. While the legal standard prohibits race as a predominant factor in redistricting, we must acknowledge race and party are often closely intertwined, especially in Texas. The courts may struggle to separate racial intent from partisan motive, but the lived consequences are always clear. These maps risk disenfranchising millions of voters under the guise of political strategy. I want to sincerely just thank my Commissioner, Elisa Simpson, State Rep Chris Turner, and everyone who appeared today to practice and present today and affirm that demand that still matters in Texas. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions for this witness? The chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. If I could get at that microphone on this side. Next, Miriam Spencer Morrison, if you would come down right there. I'll show you registered to testify as Kathleen Turner on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kathleen Turner, and I live in the Hewlin-Bennett State community of Fort Worth, Tarrant County in Congressional District 12. I am here today to speak with a heavy heart and a clear voice in opposition to the mid-decade redistricting effort. What's happening is not just political, it's deeply personal for communities like mine. Right here in Dallas-Fort Worth area CD 33, a district built by Black, Latino, and Asian Americans, voters working together to finally have a voice, is under attack. Without a new census in the middle of the decade, you're opposing to dismantle a community we fought decades to build. Why? What changed other than a political power and racism? Tarrant County voters have already lost representation at the county level. Now this plan risks erasing our voices in Congress as well. For many of us, it feels like we are being told once again that we don't count. We are not invisible. Communities of color are the very reason DFW is growing. We built this district, we show up, we vote, and yet in a state where nearly 60% of the population are people of color, only about a third of our congressional delegation reflects that reality. That's not fair representation. That's deliberate manipulation. I urge you, do not silence us. Wait until the 2030 census to draw new maps. And if changes must be made, give the people a real voice in that process before any decisions become final. Please don't take away the representation we've worked so hard to build. We matter. We are watching, and we will not stop speaking out. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
At this microphone, if I could next get Mindy Tackett. All right. I show you registered to testify as Marion Spencer Morrison on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That
That is correct.
All right, perfect. Please give us your testimony.
Hi, I am Marion Spencer Morrison. I am currently the State Democratic Executive Committee Woman for Congressional District 25. I am speaking on behalf of myself as a lifetime Texan, voter, and currently a rural constituent of District 25. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I oppose redistricting due to the limited opportunities for voters of the 254 counties in Texas to have reasonable input on maps that will affect them for the next 6 years. My congressional district begins in Callahan County and goes east to Eastland, Stevens, Young, Jack, Comanche, Palo Pinto, Parker, Erath, Somerville, Hood, Johnson, and ends in Tarrant County, including UT Arlington, which we are here today. The maps online for the 2025 proposed redistricting are unofficial, so I won't waste time on proposals for 25, which include some increasing the county total from 13 to 28 and spanning from Amarillo to Austin. The boundaries were approved, the current ones, were approved during the 2021 session. There were maps and opportunities for Texans to review, comment, and bring meaningful input to the legislature. While the current districts don't appease most people, there was dialogue and, as usually occurs, lawsuits. Texas is currently in court fighting while entertaining new maps. In my occupation as a city planner, I have worked on redistricting within the agencies and departments that I work. Most recently, our agency took on one city. It took us 6 months to draw service boundaries that will serve our 6 divisions to be balanced for calls for service and response times and projected population through 2030. Another entity took a year to do that. I am certain none of the background done in my professional capacity has been done, and there is zero chance the level of diligence will be done. It is ridiculous that we are entertaining this process now as candidates for the 26th election have announced and started working. If this is going to be in effect for the 26 maps, it's only going to cause confusion. And if this can wait to 2028, this drawn out process should be expanded through the 27 legislature. We deserve better as Texans.
Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Next at this microphone, if I could get Chris Tackett. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that y'all might be related.
Yeah.
All right.
You get us both.
Okay. Chair calls Mindy Tackett. Show you
Yes.
registered to testify on behalf of yourself
I
on the
am.
revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
So I am here to tell all of you exactly what I told the Texas Senate, word for word. Texans do not want this. Trump wants this. Mid-decade redistricting is a blatant racist power grab. It undermines fair representation and rigs the rules to erase the voices of black and brown communities in order to keep politicians who support white Christian nationalism in power. This is no different than what we have been fighting here in Tarrant County. Just like the Tarrant County commissioners were afraid they might lose power here, Trump and national-level Republicans are afraid they might lose some power. So they're turning to states like Texas to try and ensure they have enough Republican seats. And you're going to squash black and brown voices to do it. There's no polite way to say this. Republicans, we see you. We see who you are, and we see what you're doing. You're shameless, power-hungry bootlickers for Trump.
And
Next up at this microphone, if I can get Ernesto Moran. Ernesto Moran at that microphone. Chair calls Chris Tackett. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
It's asinine that we're here talking about this today when we know the state of Texas has argued in court that the maps drawn after the 2020 census weren't based on race, and yet the DOJ justification is that these maps were drawn based on race. You can't have it make sense unless you are willing to acknowledge that this is nothing more than a step toward authoritarianism. The current administration is scared to death that the people won't vote for them in 2026. That's right. They needed to find a place led by those who will kiss the ring and do their bidding to carve out a handful of seats. Enter Texas. The administration has embarked on a Christian nationalist agenda to destroy the things that have made this country great. We know that if they have 2 more years controlling all levers of power, our country will be unrecognizable. That's what they're banking on. Authoritarianism doesn't arrive with trumpets. It creeps in and thrives on our hesitation to speak out, our unwillingness, our willingness to compromise with injustice. You look at this room, we are saying no more. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is done. Thank you for your time. You're excused. If I could get Lori, I believe Stelges, if you could come down to this microphone. I apologize if I mispronounced that last name. I'll show you registered to testify as Ernesto Moran on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please
That is
give us your
correct.
testimony.
I want to acknowledge that we're in land ceded and shared by the Jumanus, Tawakani, Kickapoo, Wichita, and Comanche nations. My name is Ernie Moran. I'm the proud son of immigrants from South America. I am a native-born U.S. citizen. I am a 30-year resident of Fort Worth, and I'm the father of 3 public school students. My oldest just graduated high school, and I'm kind of worried about him, and with the dismantling of the Department of Education, I'm worried how we're going to pay for his college. I've got a daughter in high school and a daughter in middle school, and I'm worried about the creep towards Christian nationalism in our schools in Texas. And I'm also a public school teacher, so I'm doubly worried about that. But actually, I'm here, and I'm kind of, respectfully, Mr. Chair, it's ironic and kind of sad to me that we're here, because I've watched 2 hearings already where your colleagues have asked you about the existence of this committee, and you've simply passed the buck and said, because there's a letter, this is what we have to do. And you said this morning, or at the start of this meeting, that we had to follow the rules. Your response to the governor when he put this on the agenda should have been 4 words, because this is Texas, right? This is the land of Six Flags. This is the land of Whataburger. This is the land of Shinerbach. You should have said 4 words to the governor: don't mess with Texas. And your answer to the Department of Justice, instead of asking the Department of Justice to come testify, your answer to the Department of Justice should have been 4 words about our maps. Come and take them. So I hope you'll do as others have said here and simply do nothing until the 2030 census, and then we'll get to the business of the people. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. At this microphone, if I can next have Karen Horgan come down. Karen Horgan. All right, I'll show you registered to testify as Lori Stelges. Stelges. On behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Lori Stelgis, and I'm a resident of Fort Worth, which is located in Congressional District 97. I would like to be on the record against the state's redistricting efforts. Do not submit to Trump's request. You should be spending our tax dollars on worthwhile efforts, like how to salvage lives after natural disasters, or how to better financially support our public schools. This effort to racially gerrymander our state is unjust and discriminatory. Cracking and packing by race is an intentional effort to discourage and weaken the black and brown voice, and worse yet, discourages them from bothering to vote. Texas just redrew the maps in 2021, making this process rushed, without transparency, heavily partisan, and one that excludes public input. These few meetings hastily scheduled do not fit the intent of gathering public input. It only checks a box. You haven't even shown us the new maps. It's absolutely unacceptable for both the House and Senate redistricting committees to be holding hearings without having maps visible to the public. Without a doubt, there will be lawsuits if this passes, and that is a further waste of our tax dollars. Texas is already the worst gerrymandered state in the nation and has a long history of passing discriminatory election laws. If you are intent on moving forward with redistricting, this committee must commit to holding public hearings after the maps have been drawn, but before they pass through committee. You must give the public time to review the maps before the hearings. Legislators who drew the maps must also explain why they chose to draw them the way they did. If the only way to get ahead is to cheat by redrawing boundaries that discriminate by race to benefit one party, take a hard look in the mirror and ask yourself about your level of integrity. A tarnished reputation is a shameful legacy to leave those who follow you. You were elected to represent all of your constituents, not just a subset that belongs to your political party. Vote no.
Members, questions for the witness. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the witness.
Am I recognized? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Stelgis?
Stelgis, yes.
Stelgis. Sorry. You made a couple of really good points that I don't want to spend a lot of time, but I want to make sure that this gets a little bit of attention. So is it your contention that this legislature being called in an emergency session should focus on the emergency at hand in the Hill Country? While families are still suffering and we're up here with this political charade. The second thing that you brought up was about how Texas is already a gerrymandered state. Are you aware that every redistricting by this legislature for the past 30 years has ended up in federal court?
Yes.
And did you also know that we literally we are awaiting the decision on a current court case for the 2021 redistricting? You just heard that trial in El Paso. Is that right?
Yes.
Here's a fun fact for everyone in the room. The last time Texas redistricted outside of the census was 2003. And those maps were struck down by the United States Supreme Court as being unconstitutional. I want to thank you for highlighting those issues. Thanks for coming here today.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused.
Next up at this microphone is going to be Warren Horgan, if you'll make your way down. I show you registered to testify as Karen Horgan on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Karen Horgan. I live in Fort Worth, Congressional District 12. I'm a lifelong Texan, so I know that our state is pretty much gerrymandered to death already. I strongly oppose this attempt to redistrict. This is a brazen move by the governor, pressured by the president, to gain 5 new Republican seats in the House. The 4 districts in Texas being targeted are all represented by people of color. It is clearly an effort to undermine the voting strength of minority Texans. This is blatant racial discrimination. Communities of color are intentionally being split up, diluting their voting power and representation. No proposed maps are even available. There's no justification for this congressional redistricting. Texas maps were drawn in 2021. Doing it again now, mid-decade, is not normal. We don't even have any new census data to support these maps. Racial data must be taken into consideration according to the Voting Rights Act. This special session should be used to help people impacted by the devastating floods, relief efforts, rebuilding efforts, planning better emergency preparedness systems. Helping Texans should be your priority. So, stop this racial gerrymander power grab and do something constructive for the people of Texas.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair Hussain, thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. Next witness at this microphone is going to be Ryan Davenport. I show you registered to testify as Warren Horgan on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Warren Horgan. I live in Fort Worth. I'm a retired veteran, Congressional District 12. I oppose this redistricting proposal. Texas has a long history of passing discriminatory election laws and racially gerrymandered maps. This pattern continues. As I thought about this, I remembered a song from my youth called Fortunate Son by John Fogerty of Creedence Clearwater Revival. The song, written in 1969, at the height of the Vietnam War, while I was stationed at Nakhon Phanom, was more than a protest of the war. It was an anthem against inequality and the idea that the rich make the decisions while the poor have no say in the matter, and yet they bear the consequences. The song's theme of social injustice and unequal burdens continues to resonate today. The chorus says, "I ain't no millionaire's son, no, no. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no. It ain't me, it ain't me." The reference in the song can be applied to the racial discrimination we see today in these gerrymandered maps. These maps give the privileged few control over the working class and people of color whose votes are diluted and suppressed. We need fairly chosen representatives who will be responsive to the needs of all people, not just to billionaires and special interests. This is why we need districts that reflect the diversity of our state.
Members, questions for this witness? Chair Hussain, thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. The next witness at this microphone is going to be Cindy Rocha. If you'll please come down from. Chair calls Ryan Davenport. Should you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
Appreciate you having me.
All right. Give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman and members, my name is Ryan Davenport. I used to work for the Republican Party of Texas in 2010. I was a field director whenever President Obama was in his midterms. I worked for Congressman Bill Flores. I was a delegate to the Republican National Conventions of 2012 and 2016. I worked for Dan Patrick in the 83rd legislative session and staffed the Committee on Education. I was a government teacher and an economics teacher and a school leader in Dallas ISD at North Dallas High School for almost 11 years. And I'm here to tell you, you've lost me. You've lost me because the state of Texas isn't Burger King. Donald Trump doesn't get to have it his way. You don't get to walk up and say, I need 5 more seats because I don't want to pay the consequences for bad governance. You don't get to ask for 5 more seats to make government less responsive. And this is happening again on the backs of black and brown Texans who already have fewer seats than they should in Congress. 9 fewer seats than they should. I don't know how, in good conscience, we can do this to our fellow Texans. How did I get here, right? How did I change my mind? If you would have talked to me when I was a senior in high school, I would have told you I would rather died than vote for a Democrat. But I tell you, I've done it twice. But it's because I've sat at the tables of my students who will lose their representation. We know this to be wrong. I was raised in Brazoria County, only about 10 miles away from the chairman. And I tell you, I know the values we were raised on. And I know that this is not doing right by Texans. We know in our hearts that this is not okay. I know that you're receiving pressure from the White House to do this. I know you are, and it has to be scary to stand up and say no. But I'm going to trust you to do the right thing because I know you to be men of good character and women of good character. But if Barack Obama had done this in 2010, we would have had pitchforks and torches. But because it's the orange man in the White House, that's okay. If you get in bed with Donald Trump, you can scrub all you want, but you're never going to get the orange off.
Members, questions for this witness? Chair is none. Thank you for your testimony.
Good.
Thank you, Ryan. You're excused. At this next microphone, I almost said podium. That wouldn't make any sense. Podium. I've got Salona Vasquez. Salona Vasquez, if you could come down to that one. I'm going to come back over to here. She registered to testify as Cindy Rocha?
Cindy Rocha.
Rocha. On behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I am a proud member of the Communication Workers of America and the Texas AFL-CIO. Thank you for the opportunity to hear our voices. Thank you to those who have come and taken their time and shared their voices with you. I was born and raised in Fort Worth, and as an adult, I moved out to a rural area in CD 25. North Texas is growing, and our cities continue to expand outward. As a member of organized labor, as well as a retiree and a resident of a rural community in the great state of Texas, I'm fortunate to hear many stories and opinions from a great cross-section of our citizens. I testified to you that not one of us is in favor of this redistricting scheme. There's certainly a reason that we only have to do it every 10 years. The confusion that it causes isn't bearable for more than one time, for more than that often. As an election worker, I've witnessed this on more than one occasion, and not only after the maps are drawn, from where do I go to vote? Why can't I vote where I've always voted? To downright disgust at the process, and they just don't want to vote at all. These situations cause disenfranchisement. Please tell us that disenfranchisement is not the point. Texas is already one of the hardest places in the nation to register to vote and then to vote. Please help qualified Texas voters vote, and please do not add additional confusion by redrawing districts that are already in litigation. We must get better at serving others. We have an obligation to serve. The heart of Texas beats in unity, and we have always cared for each other. There are so many other issues of concern that should be addressed in this special session. Our safety and preparedness, our health, and the well-being of fellow Texans. Don't fall prey to those that try to divide us. We are Texas. We are the Lone Star. I leave from this podium with this saying that you can see in the rising sun east of the Capitol. All political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Next up at this microphone is going to be Deborah Spell, if you'll make your way down. I show you registered to testify as Selena Vasquez?
Selena Vasquez.
Selena, I apologize. Look like an O. I got you. Selena Vasquez, on behalf of yourself, on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chairman Vasut, Vice Chairman Rosenthal, and all of our state representatives and committee members on this redistricting committee. My name is Selena Vasquez. I am a resident of the city of Arlington, the American Dream City. My familia and I work, go to school, and worship right here in Arlington, Texas. My family is a regular family. I have a 17-year-old son, Diego, who plays in the marching band in Arlington ISD schools. I'm a teacher by training. I'm also on the Democratic National Committee. My husband, Fernando, works in higher education. And I'm here because they cannot be here this evening. I'm here for all of the regular working class families that go to church at St. Matthew's Catholic Church in East Arlington, where my family worships. We're here because I'm here to express on their behalf a huge disappointment and huge opposition to drawing of any maps that are going to crack and pack the Latino voters of this county. I am here to let you know that families like mine who live, work, and worship here oppose any effort to disenfranchise and disempower the Latino community. We're opposed to the changes on any of these maps. I adamantly oppose changes to CD 33, a minority opportunity district created to represent African Americans, Latinos, senior citizens, and young people, because our voices will no longer be heard. Latino families like mine reject Donald Trump and the Republican elected officials' attempts to redraw the maps here in Texas. In the Latino community, we have a saying that su voto es su voz, but y'all are threatening to take away our voice in the Latino community. We will not stand by and allow that to happen any longer here in Texas. We ask that you not disenfranchise us. We ask that you not crack and pack us into districts, and we ask that you please vote against these mid-decade redistricting efforts. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Next up at this microphone is going to be Eric Wilson. I show you registered to testify as Deborah Spell on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
We the people, not we the politician. Black, brown, and Asians have endured voter suppression and the inability to select representation since Section 5 pre-clearance was gutted. Your maps that haven't been published will be racially biased to guarantee that minorities aren't represented and are voiceless. The criteria when drafting maps should be the contiguous geographical regions, preserving racial communities, existing values, interests, and issues. The 2020 census showed redistricting wasn't necessary. As a tax-paying citizen, my input on issues such as infrastructure, education, health, and voting regulations, my voice should be represented by someone familiar with the district. Racism is the reason for gerrymandering. Ethnic minorities districts leaving us without representation. Texas is a minority-majority state, but it doesn't reflect representation in government. Gerrymandering is similar to redlining, which is racist. I vehemently oppose packing and cracking our districts. Electoral districts should be drawn as a minority district or a coalition district to achieve representation. I advocate for state electoral maps to be drawn by unbiased teams to ensure fairness and prevent gerrymandering, to accurately reflect the diversity of the population and not split, dilute, or pack and crack our communities. We are the people. We, the people, demand to elect our own candidates. There have been several lawsuits.
Please complete your testimony. I'm sorry, I'll give you another sentence if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I will just say that we are prepared to litigate because Texas likes litigation.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. Next up at this microphone is going to be Cheryl Smith. If you could make your way down. Cheryl Smith. Show you registered to testify as Eric Wilson on behalf of FWBC Social Justice, Southern Sector Rising, Alpha Sigma Lambda, and Alpha Phi, well, it's Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Is that correct? Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
Right.
Yeah, that was hard. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on revised Congressional Redistricting Plan.
Yes.
Please give us your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Eric Wilson. I am former Deputy Mayor Pro Tem for the city of Dallas, the 9th largest city in the United States. I am a resident of Dallas, Texas, specifically Oak Cliff. I am a voter. Above all, I am a concerned citizen. I'm here to speak out against the governor's redistricting proposal because let's call it what it really is, a power grab, plain and simple, and that ain't right. This plan isn't about fairness or balance. It's about carving out 5 new Republican districts to keep power locked away mid-decade without the public's consent and without real justification, and that ain't right. This proposal goes straight after coalition districts, Texas Districts 9, 18, 29, and 33, districts that have long given Black and Latino communities a seat at the table. Redrawing these lines wouldn't just move boundaries on paper, it will silence real voices, undermine real representation, and trample on the Voting Rights Act, and that ain't right. Districts 28, 34, and 7 are also under attack, not because of people demanded change, but because some politicians fear losing control, and that ain't right. This isn't what democracy is supposed to look like. This is what fear looks like. Fear of diversity, fear of new voices, fear of people they claim to serve. But let me be clear, we see exactly what's happening, and we won't stand quietly. We're not pawns you can shuffle around on maps. We're your constituents, we're your neighbors, we're fellow Texans, and we deserve districts that are fair, legal, and truly represent who we are. I urge you to do the right thing, reject this plan, and protect the integrity of our elections, because that is what's right.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair Harrison, thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. Next up at this microphone is going to be, I believe, Tara Butler or Yara Butler, if you'll come down. I show you registered to testify as Cheryl Smith on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Smith. I am retired, proud resident with the Honorable Chris Turner as my state representative. And I'm here to speak not only for myself, but for the generations who came before me and those who will come after me. My grandparents lived in a time when they couldn't vote freely. They marched, they organized, and they fought. So I could stand here today and speak into a system that once tried to silence them. And now, in 2025, We're back here again, fighting a different version of the same battle. The governor's redistricting plan is a betrayal of everything our democracy is supposed to stand for. It's a modern-day attempt to turn back the clock on voter representation. By creating 5 new districts, the state is not responding to population growth, it's responding to fear. Fear of change, fear of equity, fear of rising multiracial electorate. But here's the thing, we're not going anywhere. We are the future, and we're watching, and we will not allow our communities to be cracked, packed, or erased. I ask you, when your children look back at this moment, will they say you stood for justice or that you stood silent? Reject the plan, defend our future, and do what's right, not what's political. Thank you for hearing my voice, and don't ignore the people you were elected to serve.
Members, any questions for this witness? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. You're excused. Next up at this microphone is going to be, I believe it's Connie Turner. Okay, and I show you registered to testify. Is it Yara?
Jara,
Jara
J-A-R-A.
Got it. Jara Butler, on behalf of supermajority and yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I know you all are tired. You know, try being a black woman. And we are here because we see exactly what this redistricting plan is all about. A direct attack on our voices and the voices of women who are changing this state. This is not about fair representation. It's about fear. Fear of a Texas that's younger, a Texas that's more diverse and more powerful than it's ever been, and an attempt to rig the rules before we even get a chance to get to the starting line. So let me be clear, women are not just voting in record numbers. We are organizing, we are running, we are leading, we are building, and we, the women, are the future of this state. But instead of honoring that, some of you are drawing maps in back rooms to silence us. You're not protecting democracy, you're protecting your own power. And as Fannie Lou Hamer once said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I'm going to add this. The young women of Texas are sick and tired of being underestimated, of being locked out of the decisions that affect our bodies, that affect our community, and affect our lives. We refuse to be cracked, packed, or carved out of our communities. And we are not a political inconvenience. We are the majority. Now, I come from a family, and I'm standing here today because of my grandmother, who was born with Jim Crow, and that survived generations of disenfranchisements. Folks who paid poll taxes, were chased from ballot boxes, and lived through Jim Crow. Today, you may not use dogs, you may not use fire hoses, but the intention is still the same. So let me just say, this is not governance, this is cheating. So for every one of you, every official who has a hand in this scam, in this scheme, I say to you, you are either on the side of democracy or you are standing in the way with it. Either way, we are going to remember this. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Next up at this microphone will be Mary Trotty, if you'll make your way up to this microphone. Mary Trotty. All right. I show you registered to testify as, is it
Connie? Kanae
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
On behalf of yourself, on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay, good evening, members of the committee. My name is Kanae Turner. I'm a proud Fort Worthian and the executive director of the Barbara Jordan Leadership Institute, a resident of House District 97, Senate District 10, and Congressional District 12. I am here to strongly oppose this mid-decade redistricting. Since my representatives serve on this committee, hello, Representative Queenie, I must express my deep disappointment if in the case that you and Senator Phil King, who's chairing the Senate committee, would go into this process and participate in any amount of gerrymandering, silencing my voice and that of countless North Texans who already feel unheard and unseen by our conservative representation in Congress. Regardless of my zip code, I know there are members of the Texas delegation fighting for me, representing what I stand for, and protecting the needs of all Texans. But I cannot say much for the majority of the Texas delegation, who voted to cut $1 trillion from federal programs, ensuring Texas remains the most uninsured state for health care. Many of those same leaders refuse to invest in public education and push policies that disenfranchise hundreds and thousands of women simply because their marital status and many more because they do not have the right surname. And we do not need 5 more congressional members who will continue to ignore the survival and voices of Texans because of our skin colors or our economic status. We need more representation that reflects the true values and growth of Texas, like members representing CD 9, 18, 29, 30, 33. And I urge this committee to leave our current districts intact until 2031 redistricting cycle, when we have updated census data available, or at the very least, until the current maps that we're dealing with right now has exhausted all of its legal challenges since it's in court.
Please complete your testimony.
Yes, Texans deserve fair representation, not more silencing of our voices. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused.
Thank you.
Next up at this microphone, if you could make your way down, is going to be Lorraine Rogson. I show you registered to testify as Mary Trotty.
Yes.
On behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
I would like to say good evening to the members of
Please
the
give us your
committee.
testimony.
My name is Mary Trotty. I am 97 years old. I am proud to be a Houstonian. I live in Sunnyside community in Harris County, a part of CD9. I have lived through Jim Crow and civil rights movement. Now I'm waiting and trying to live for the promise that Texas made for equality and justice. Now, I remember we had one black member of Congress, the Honorable Barbara Jordan. Then came Mickey Leland. We fought long and hard for a representative, and my representative today is Al Green, C9. But C18, where Barbara Jordan, Craig Washington, Jackson Lee are all represented with Al Green in C9. C18 was the only place where we was represented as black people. Now, I do not agree with the redistricting because it does nothing but put us farther back. We are not put together. I do not want it. I will have a voice in Sunnyside where each of us will not vote for it. And I am 97 years old, but I am not going to be silent. Thank you.
Ms. Trotter, we thank you for coming to testify tonight. We appreciate it, and we wish you well. That's a testament, I think, to all of us. And no matter how old you are, you've got a lot to say, and we thank you for hearing it. The witness is excused. Next one up at this microphone is going to be Yassine Tasnif. Is Lorraine Roxon here? Lorraine Roxon. Chair calls Lorraine Roxon. Chair will show Lorraine Roxon registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Yassine Tasnif.
Yes.
I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Before you start, next one to come down over here will be Larry Killian. Larry Killian at this microphone. Please give us your testimony, Mr. Tosner.
All right. As we speak about deciding how to divide the land that we stand on, I begin by honoring the original stewards of this land, the Caddo, the Wichita, Comanche, Coahuiltecan, Apache, and so many others who lived on this land before us, the indigenous people whose sovereignty and presence continues today. So, Chairman and members, it is wonderful to be here today. I was a former House staffer, so I welcome you to my school as y'all welcomed me to the Capitol this past session. Really appreciate it. So yes, my name is Yassine Tasnif. I am a proud queer South Asian Muslim Texan, born in Houston, raised in McAllen, and now entering my senior year at the University of Texas at Arlington. Mav up! I spent nearly all my adult life organizing young people, registering voters, and serving as an election judge. I was elected to our student government and served 2 years as a senator and 1 as a committee chair. During the '89 session, I had the privilege of working in the Texas legislature, and it's really good to see some familiar faces. I've missed it a lot. But, you know, this process it feels wrong, unfamiliar. This is not what I'm used to, and I know y'all get up to some crazy stuff in that building, but this is something else. See, our maps, especially districts like Texas 15, have been manipulated beyond recognition. Texas 15 no longer reflects the Rio Grande Valley community I grew up in. I mean, the valley looks like this, not like this, right? So, you know, it was taken, stolen to serve partisan interests, and I strongly believe that, not the people. That is not just undemocratic or unconstitutional, it's personal, and now it's being stolen again. Right now, my university, UT Arlington, one of the most diverse campuses in Texas, I believe it's actually the most, but I could be wrong, is actually diluted, tucked into a mostly rural district, Texas 25, represented by Congressman Roger Williams. Is he here today? No, right, exactly. And he hasn't been this whole time since I've been here. This shouldn't happen to any more Texans, and if this continues, it will, because of how the lines are drawn. So to the Republicans, I ask you, do you choose Trump or do you choose Texas? Thank you. And to the Democrats, please don't be polite. Please quorum break, again if necessary. Do not lend legitimacy to a process that disrespects us. As I said, I'm proud to be a Muslim. The Quran says, stand firm for justice as witnesses to God, even if it is against yourselves, your parents, or your kin. And as a Muslim, I can say that both the Quran and the Bible demand the same. Proverbs 11:1 says that the Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him. Together, they remind us that unjust systems, rigged scales, are not neutral. They are a betrayal of the right to equity and democratic values, values which I actually hope to bring to the House floor with y'all someday.
Please complete your testimony.
I just have one more sentence, if that's okay.
You got it. Absolutely.
All right. So, you know what's being done here. Choose to stop it. I hope this process backfires. I hope California, New York, and Illinois gerrymander right back. Maybe then we'll learn. And last but not least, I say as a South Asian, lazim hai ki hum bhi dekhenge. Verily, we too shall see. Thank you. I'm open for any questions.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused.
Thank you.
The next witness at this microphone will be Emery Calloway. Emery Calloway, if you'll make your way down. Chair calls Larry Killian. I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct. I have some handouts.
You bet. We'll receive those.
I'll go ahead and start. I thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Larry Killian. Me llamo es Larry Killian Lorenzo o Abuelo. I was born in Amarillo, Texas. I'm a registered voter in Harris County, Texas. Go Rangers. I vote by mail, as you can tell by the color of my hair. I respectfully request the redistricting voter map process, if it progresses, adhere to the following objectives. Subscribe to the democratic principle of one person, one vote, and not one person, one party. And for the benefit of my fellow engineer, Representative Rosenthal, I subscribe to that the redistricting maps must be independently assessed by Data and Democracy Lab or Plan Score, and the review results published for public access, and provide to the public access to uploadable district plan maps in a geospatial file containing polygon or multi-polygon. That's science speak that I know how to read apple and I know how to look at maps. Okay, more important than anything, committee, I'm a grandpa, correct? Abuelo? Doing the right thing is never wrong. I have consulted with my representative and senator in Houston. Quorum breaking is okay. If you got to go that route to shut down this farce, then do it. My last word is mi voto cuenta. My vote counts.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. The next witness at this microphone is going to be Nikki Creasman Green. If you could make your way down. Chair calls Emery Calloway. I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Emery Calloway. I am the Vice President of the Tarrant County Young Democrats and the State Democratic Executive Committee member for Congressional District 24. But today I am speaking to you as a resident, a proud resident of Tarrant County. Just weeks ago, we went through the sham mid-census redistricting process locally right here in Tarrant County, a process that was rushed, dismissive of the public's concerns, wholly lacking in transparency, and designed to divide, silence, and dilute the voices of majority-minority communities. And now here again, we are being subjected to the same immoral agenda at the state level because you are beholden to one man, and that man is Donald Trump, rather than to the people that elected you to represent them. But why? Yeah. But isn't it that why we, the people, are always up here and end up having to do your jobs for you, because it is clear to me that a lot of you on this committee tonight do not have the interests of Texans at heart. Redistricting mid-census is not about fair maps or good governance. It's about control. It's about political power. And it is about finding any loophole to rig elections before people can hold their representatives to account. And while you may argue that gerrymandering is legal, let me remind you, just because it is legal does not mean it's right. We live in America. We clearly do not have a perfect history. Slavery was once legal. Segregation was legal. That didn't make them right. If we set this as the bar by which we hold our values, then do we really hold the promises of America up to its highest potentials? Democracy is not a game of who can twist the rules the furthest. It is a sacred trust. The law shouldn't be used. The law should be a pedestal for justice, not a low bar to crawl under for political expediency, especially when the cost is borne by everyday Texans whose votes are diluted and whose voices will be ignored. Texans deserve fair maps. The people of Tarrant County saw it firsthand. Our county was enraged. Now Texas is enraged, as you can see here tonight. We are tired of being treated like political pawns instead of the very people you are meant to serve.
Please complete
We
your
the
testimony.
people are watching, and we the people will remember this. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair has found the witnesses excused. The next witness at this microphone will be Taylor Coleman. Please make your way down. Taylor Coleman. I show you registered to testify as Nikki, is it
It's Chrisman, like Christmas with
Chrisman
an N.
Green? Nikki Chrisman Green, on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay, greetings, committee members. My name is Nikki Chrisman Green, and I am a resident of Crowley, Texas, in Texas Senate District 10, represented by Senator Phil King, and House District 97, represented by John McQueenie. Hello again. I am testifying today to voice my strong opposition to the proposed mid-decade redistricting plan. As someone who thrives on competition as a lawyer and as an avid fan of sports, I understand the value of fair play. Whether you're building a business, you're coaching a team, or you're coming up with a legal strategy, there's something deeply satisfying about a hard-earned win. But when someone changes the rules in the middle of the game to secure a specific outcome, it cheapens the victory and it erodes the trust. That is what this redistricting feels like at this point. I'm not opposed to redistricting as a concept when it's done at the right time and with the right data. It's an essential part of our democracy. However, this isn't that. The current maps that were from 2021 are actually still under litigation. They're still under federal review, as you've heard today. Multiple lawsuits challenging the 2021 redistricting maps in Texas are still pending, including Lulick versus Abbott, Abbott versus the United States versus Texas, and Gutierrez versus Abbott. Launching a redistricting process now without any new census data and multiple unresolved lawsuits raises serious questions about motivation and also fairness. And let's be honest, this isn't just political gerrymandering. This is racial gerrymandering. The targeting of districts like Congressional District 9, 18, 29, and 33, which are built on diverse minority coalitions, is not coincidental. It is a direct attempt to diminish the electoral power of communities of color, and that's not just wrong, it's illegal. As a taxpayer, I don't want my dollars tied up in yet another legal battle defending unconstitutional maps. Texas has been repeatedly found to have violated the Voting Rights Act. We do not need to relive this history. We need leadership that respects the rule of law and the value of every voter's voice. To my elected officials, Representative McQueenie, I ask that you understand that voting has consequences. So the decisions that you're making today while in office affect all of your constituents in your district, and we are watching. And the people of your district will not forget who stood for what and who stood for fairness.
Please
so I
complete your
ask that you
testimony.
do the right thing. And I also want to say today that as a Christian and a God-fearing woman, there is no weapon formed against God's children that will prosper. So it doesn't matter what y'all do. We will still rise.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair, some witnesses, please. Next witness at this microphone will be Joshua Worthy. Joshua Worthy. Chair calls Taylor Coleman. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Taylor Coleman, a seventh-generation Texan here from Chapel Hill, Washington County. That's the birthplace of Texas. 4 years ago, I moved into a van to register voters all across this great state. And what I heard most on these travels is that Texans feel like their vote doesn't matter and that the political system is rigged against them. Today, I'm here as a candidate for Congress in the 10th Congressional District that is already heavily gerrymandered from Houston to Austin. And I can empathize with all those Texans who feel unheard because this is my third time trying to testify in front of this body, from Houston to Austin to now in Arlington. What's been made clear by the fact that y'all are only holding 5 hours of testimony across 3 hearings to reach 30 million Texans, when we don't even have any maps to look at, it's clear that y'all aren't actually interested in hearing from us. It lays bare that this redistricting scheme is nothing more than a scam on the voters of Texas to rig our maps demanded by DC politicians who are hungry for more power. Since I know that some of y'all aren't from Texas, I don't know how y'all do things in Kansas, but in Texas, we don't roll over and play dead for politicians in DC. In closing, I'd like to address the Democrats on this committee. Since Republicans have made it clear that they're just following orders, y'all have the opportunity to show up not just for every Texan, but for every American who deserves equal and fair representation in Washington, D.C. Republicans may be in power, but Texas Democrats are not powerless. You can show up for us by not showing up for this sham redistricting hearing. And I know that that is asking a lot from y'all, and I know that that requires y'all to put a lot on the line. But as Reverend Haynes said earlier, maybe consider that y'all have been elected for a time such as this.
Please complete your testimony.
Thank you. So if y'all break quorum and stand up for all of us by walking out, you'll have our support, you'll have our respect, you'll have our donations. And I hope that you all can stand up for all of us and walk out.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is done. Witness is excused. Next witness at this microphone will be Price Warwick. Price Warwick. Show you registered to testify as Joshua Worthy on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Joshua Worthy, Business Manager of IBW Local 220, a Navy submarine veteran, a father of 3, and lifelong Texan. I also serve on the boards for the Texas AFL-CIO, the Tarrant Labor Council, as well as the North Central Texas Workforce Development Board. I stand in strong opposition to the redistricting push, not because of maps drawn, but because of it in principle. Without a new census, and with the previous map still under judicial review, this creates a bypass of law, designed to manipulate outcomes before the courts have even spoken. That's not strength, it's fear. Redistricting is meant to ensure fair representation, not insulate incumbents through political engineering. Yet we see taxpayer dollars being spent on consultants and lobbyists just to protect or gain seats, not to serve communities. Is that good government efficiency, or is that just electioneering, fraud, waste, and abuse? As someone involved in the workforce development, I know that this matters. Gerrymandered lines fracture labor markets and distort funding for WIOA programs, dislocated worker support, veteran services, and employer access to talent. When districts serve political convenience instead of community need, working families lose. Let me share a real example. Our local union office is in an area that was plagued with mail theft. Drop boxes ripped out, checks stolen, delivery stopped entirely. businesses started pulling out of the area. It wasn't until our local congressman intervened to establish a secure mailroom that the issue was resolved. That's what local representation looks like, something this process potentially threatens, and that would be Congressional District 33. Additionally, with service members deployed abroad, manipulated district lines make access to civic engagement and voting more difficult for service members. At a time when the VA is already stretched and Social Security Administration is under pressure, this is the wrong direction. Let's talk about accountability. You don't redraw districts because voters are choosing who you want. You do it because you're afraid you might lose otherwise. I wanted to call it, the new DEI. Districts engineered for incumbents, but this isn't what this is. This is districts engineered for insurrectionists.
Please complete your testimony.
Texas deserves better, especially from those who call themselves leaders. So I ask, do we trust voters to choose their leaders, or will we keep moving the goalpost until democracy is nothing but a show? So say no to this power grab. Say yes to fairness, trust, and the people of Texas. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Chair is done. Thank you for your testimony. Gentleman's excused.
Mr. Chairman?
Did I miss you, Vice Chair?
No. Question
Okay.
for the chair.
Chair, yes, for question.
How much time is left for public testimony?
Approximately, I had to do a little bit of an adjustment for our break earlier. I believe we're at 3 hours and roughly 10 minutes right now, so 1 hour and 50 minutes.
So I'm just going to say first, I'm loving hearing from the public, and I would move to extend that time by at least an hour.
Gentleman's not recognized for that motion at this time. Members, any questions of the witness? If not, thank you, sir. You're excused. The next witness at this microphone will be Carrie Schweitzer. Carrie Schweitzer, if you can make your way down. Is Price Warwick here? Okay, I'll show you registered to testify as Price Warwick on behalf of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 20 and self on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, distinguished committee members, I want to thank you for your time. I know that it has been a long couple of weeks, but this committee hearing is very important to hear the voices of Texans. My name is Price Warwick III. I am the Principal Officer of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 20, a position that I am elected to by the electricians of IBEW North Texas here. Unions are founded on the principle that every worker has a right to have their voice heard in the workplace. As unions, we elect our representatives on our jobs and our officers in our local and national unions. We hold regular rights that are not to be infringed upon, and that the governing body derives its authority from the consent of the governed. I'm paraphrasing the Declaration of Independence here, but I want to point out that the consent cannot be given if the voices of the governed are silenced. Which is exactly what the goals of the current redistricting effort are stated to be. I know that you have not officially seen a map, but the message of the stated goals have been broadcast loud and clear. We are facing the same issue with the same stated goals here in Tarrant County in the Commissioner's Court, as you heard earlier from Commissioner Elisa Simmons. These redistricting efforts will ensure that certain voices will be strategically silenced, and as such, their interests will not be represented in government. And a government that does not represent and provide for its citizens is not, by definition, a democracy. That is the definition of tyranny. To circle back to those principles from our Declaration of Independence, strategically silencing the voices of individuals in this state says to the Texans that they are not equal, that their rights can and will be infringed upon, and that their government holds authority over them without their consent. Instead, I ask the members of this committee to do everything in their power to uphold those principles that our nation was founded upon in any redistricting effort that it may take up. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. The chair will show Representative Josie Garcia present. The next witness at this microphone is going to be Stephen Pogue. Stephen Pogue. Chair calls Carrie Schweitzer. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Carrie Schweitzer. I reside in CD 32. I oppose this special session mid-decade redistricting scheme set up by Abbott because Donald Trump told him to. The Texas legislature does not work for Donald Trump. You work for us. Texan voters and I, for one, am furious about this scheme, which will ultimately cheat us out of our right to choose the candidates who best represent us and our community needs. Ours is a country of laws and norms, and while the redistricting calendar is not written into law, it is the norm to draw upon a decade's worth of census data to develop a clear picture of our state's changing demographics on which to base new maps. Clearly, you are tossing aside what is normal. So what data are you using for these mid-decade maps? Will you share it with the voters? Is it reliable? If not, does it even matter? Because the 2020 census proved that people of color accounted for 95% of Texas growth in the 1990s. And still the Texas Senate set two massive new Anglo districts and tried to mash up Houston's 18th and 9th districts, people of color. So my point is that even under normal conditions, Texas maps are typically motivated to crack and pack districts. Our current district maps are still in litigation, as has been said so many times tonight. Prior to pre-clearance being dropped from the Voting Rights Act, Texas was always under federal oversight because of racist map making. Do not kowtow to Abbott and to Trump. Don't willy-nilly bust up our communities and deny our common concerns. Stand up for the voters of Texas. Protect our voting rights. Do your job.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. The witness is excused. Next witness at this microphone will be Jeremy Sutka. If you'll please make your way down. Chair calls Stephen Pogue. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Stephen Pogue. I'm a resident of Mesquite, Texas. I will keep this short. I'm opposed to the redistricting before the next census. There is no reason to do this now. Redistricting is being imposed on Texas by weak Republican leadership, which has surrendered to President Trump. Abbott is doing Trump's dirty work here in Texas. You haven't even shown any maps yet. How can we talk about redistricting when we don't even see the maps? It's incredible. Republicans intend to further undermine the voting strength of minority Texans, disenfranchising minorities already harmed by the current gerrymandering districts. If you create new districts, like one I saw online stretching from East Dallas on into East Texas all the way to the state line to pick up multiple rural counties, that is not a community of interest. And listen to this. Trump's effort to get you guys to protect his majority in Congress is going to fail anyway. Trump will lose his majority in Congress in 2026, regardless of what you do. And so if you proceed with this redistricting, you will have shown yourselves to be cowards, bowing down to Trump for nothing. You will debase yourself for nothing.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is on the witness is excused. At this microphone next will be Mary Palomares. If you could make your way down up to the front. Chair calls Jeremy Sutka. Show you registered to testify on behalf of the Collin County Democratic Party and yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Jeremy Sitka, chair of the Collin County Democratic Party, and I stand before you to condemn an unconstitutional and racist assault on Texas democracy. There is no legal basis for redistricting today. No new census, no court order. This is a raw political power grab. Donald Trump fears losing the House due to his toxic agenda, so he has asked Republicans to rig districts again, stealing power from minority voters to prop up a failing regime. We must follow the rules. We've heard this. This violates our Constitution. Article 3, Section 28 of the Texas Constitution permits redistricting only after a census. No census has occurred. Democracy should be representative, but rather than win over voters, Republicans seek to gerrymander an even bigger artificial majority into Texas, where we already have extreme gerrymandering. Democrats only hold 32% of the House seats while having 45% of the voters. That's gerrymandering. Federal courts have ruled GOP maps intentionally discriminatory numerous times. While the 2021 maps are still tied up in court, the GOP is going back to redistrict again. Why? Because Trump demands it. Because he knows his policies can't win fair elections, even with already rigged maps. We demand you halt this illegal process now. You reject all new maps, and you put Texas over Trump. Do not be complicit and bow down to this wannabe king. History sees this, Texans see this. Defend our democracy and stop this steal, or you will give voters yet another reason to vote you all out in 2026. If anyone in this room, and now I'm talking to the room, is not a precinct chair, get involved with your county party and do the work to vote them out. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is done. Thank you. The witness is excused. Chair calls Mary Palomares. Is Mary Palomares here? Chair will show Mary Palomares registered to testify on behalf of Texas Hope on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Next two witnesses up for the microphones. On this side, if I could get Donna Worster come down, and on this side, Raymond Hamden. Donna Worster, Raymond Hamden. I show you registered to testify as Raymond Hamden on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Chairman and members. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for having me. I seem to have walked into a lion's den, which is okay. It's how we grow. It's how we learn. When we listen for understanding, it helps us all expand our horizons. I grew up in Fort Hood, specifically the Killeen, Harker Heights area. Friends of all races, all religions, different socioeconomic statuses. Being next to a military base was a true melting pot. It taught us how to focus on commonalities, not differences. And by doing that, it allowed us to thrive regardless of circumstances. Coming here again was a good learning lesson because my take on it was basically this is about representation. Not every black or brown person is a Democrat, just like not every white person is a Republican. So in order to give everyone a fair say, my thought was this was correcting something that happened that was wrongful in 20 or 21. I like to think that this is not happening to a specific group, but this is an opportunity for all of us. I choose to see it as an opportunity, not Republican versus Democrat, not black versus brown versus white or anything in between. My hope is that we'll have a fresh perspective. We can choose a positive mindset. Again, we can see that this is an opportunity to shake things up and get some of the career politicians out who have been serving for decades with seemingly no change. I enjoy hearing different perspectives, like I said, and being able to hear just the momentum and the passion from one group of people. When we end up coming together, what could we accomplish? Maybe chipping away at $37 trillion of debt. So again, looking at this, I think it's an opportunity for us to grow and to expand. I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is done. Thank you for your testimony. Witness
Thank you,
is
sir.
excused.
Thank you.
Next witness at this microphone will be Jordan Wheatley. Please make your way down. I show you registered to testify as Donna Worcester on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please give us your testimony.
To the members of the Redistricting Committee, I'm a military veteran and a Texas resident of Collin County. I'm submitting this testimony to oppose any redistricting maps that further divide or weaken the voting power of communities like mine. Veterans are part of nearly every zip code in Texas. Yet we are often treated like political afterthoughts when lines are drawn without transparency and fairness. Midterm redistricting, at a minimum, as Federalist 10 reminds us, is the action of men of factious tempers and sinister designs seeking to obtain our suffrages and then betray our interests, and is likely unconstitutional. The U.S. Constitution is clear on 2 points. Amendment 10 says powers not specifically granted to states and not prohibited are reserved to the states. Article 1, Section 2 clearly states that the actual enumeration will take place every subsequent 10 years. This statement is clear and does not leave room for any discretion to the governor or the state legislature. I ask that you not move forward with midterm redistricting. Should you decide to go forward, please keep communities whole, including communities of veterans, working families, people of color. Stop the practice of packing, cracking, or manipulating districts to serve short-term power plays. The process requires the county line rule. The idea is to keep communities together because they have something in common. At this time of division, should we not be seeking that goal? I urge you to make this process fair, accessible, and grounded in the constitutional rights we swore to defend. Finally, I find it amazing as a former project manager for 20 years that we're here talking about a plan that you do not have. What you do have is a request from a misguided sponsor for something none of us want at this time.
Please complete your testimony.
Thank you.
Members, any questions for the witness? Chair is done. Thank you. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
We're going to take one more witness and we'll take a short break. Chair calls Jordan Wheatley. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Jordan Wheatley, a 4th grade public school teacher and a candidate for Congress in Texas's 3rd Congressional District. And since many of you sitting up there decided you needed to defund public schools, maybe you need a teacher to educate you. I'm someone who grew up in a forgotten place. You know, that kind of place where politicians only remembered you when they needed a photo op or a vote. And once they got what they came for, they disappeared. This idea of redistricting is exactly what that feels like. This isn't about fair representation, it's about keeping power. Black, brown, working class communities like the one I live in and like the one I work in keep getting split up, packed in, and pushed aside so the people in charge can keep power, not by earning votes the old-fashioned way, but by cheating. You know, and I get to see because if this was about facts, you would acknowledge that 90% of the growth in Texas has come from communities of color. But instead of drawing maps that represent that, we're drawing maps that erase those voices and silence them and their votes. And that's not a coincidence. That is a strategy drawn up by the Republican Party. And I see the damage up close. My students come from families working 2 or 3 jobs just to survive in districts drawn by you all to ignore them. These lines you're drawing don't just shape elections, they shape lives. So let's stop pretending. This isn't redistricting, it's rigging. And people are tired of it. And although you may not hear us in the room during your backroom deals, I promise you, you're sure as hell going to hear us at the ballot box if you proceed with this.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you. The witness is excused. This time we're going to take our last short break here for our court reporter. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 5 minutes.
Time is 9:20. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. If everyone could take their seats, we'll get our next two witnesses up here. All right. For this microphone, if we could get Robin Kelly to come on down, and for this one, if we can get Danielle Ayers. Danielle Ayers at this one, and Robin Kelly at this one. All right. I show you registered to testify as Robin Kelly on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, fellow Aggie, and to my representative, Nicole Collier. Thank you, and all the representatives here. I wanted to say, when I first thought about what I'll say tonight in reference to this, the word that came to mind is fear. Fear is the strategy. Power is the goal. Because of the browning of America, those currently in power, by hook or crook, the governor's plan to redraw Texas congressional maps is nothing short of a deliberate attempt to silence communities like mine, Black, Latino, immigrant, and working class neighborhoods that have fought too long and too hard just to be heard. Now I want to just I'm gonna make this quick. My mother just texted me and said my aunt was rushed to the hospital, but this is how important this is for me that I need to say these things. I'm sorry, I'm a little all over the place. The last thing that I'll say is Barbara Jordan made a quote. What the people want is very simple. They want an America as good as its promise. What the people of Texas want, I'm going to addendum that and say what the people of Texas want is to have a voice. And then I want to end with a quote from Nelson Mandela. I think this was in regards to when one asked him about Robins Island, how he felt. He said that he learned that courage, I guess, how did he have the courage to do that? He said that I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. So I ask all of you representatives, will you have the courage to triumph? Thank you for your attention.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair does none. Thank you. The witness is excused. Next up at this microphone is going to be Ian Stevens. If you could make your way down front. Chair calls Danielle Ayers. I show you registered to testify on behalf of Friendship West Baptist Church and yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
In 1964, Fannie Lou Hamer sat before the Credentials Committee at the Democratic National Convention because black voters in Mississippi were being silenced. And she asked the question, she said, I question America. Is this not the land of the free? Impact black, brown, and communities of color. It is a power grab at the center of this race-based political move. Texas, as been mentioned before, the population growth in the last decade has come from communities of color. The possible maps would dilute the power of black, brown, and other communities of color, despite the fact that nearly all Texas population growth over the past decade has come from these communities. Mid-decade redistricting will fail to reflect this reality. They will fracture neighborhoods, split communities, and manipulate boundaries in ways that silence voters who deserve to be heard. The targeted districts will create maps that either pack or crack them, as we've heard before, minimizing Texas' ability to elect candidates of their choice and weakening their influence in Congress, which this is by design. It is fear. Fear of losing power has prompted and promoted this mid-decade redistricting that will result in unfair maps. As committee members entrusted with the responsibility, I urge you not to ignore the demographic realities of this state or the voices of Texans who will be sidelined and subjected to taxation without representation. Something happened because of that once before in this nation. Representation should not be manipulated for political gain. We deserve congressional maps that uplift, not suppress, protect the power of every Texan, not just politically convenient ones. I urge this committee to engage in a process that centers ongoing community input and reflects true voices of Texans, and not to fall prey to the bullying of the Department of Justice and a cantankerous convicted felon in the White House who was attempting to usher in authoritarianism. Because the fact remains, this is still a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and we will resist all forms of tyranny.
Members, any questions for this witness? The chair hears none. The witness is excused. Thank you, ma'am. Next up at this microphone is going to be Gary Jones. If you could make your way down front. Is Ian Stevens here? Chair calls Ian Stevens. Chair will show Ian Stevens registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Next up at this microphone is going to be Jason Thomas. If you could make your way down front to that one. Come over to you. Mr. Jones, show you registered to testify as Gary Jones on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please begin your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee for staying so late tonight and coming to Tarrant County. My name is Gary Jones of Fort Worth, and I am here today testifying on behalf of myself on the process. On May 30th of this year, I testified under oath before a panel of 3 federal judges in El Paso regarding the state's 2021 redistricting process. At the time these maps were drawn, I served as Chief of Staff to then State Senator Beverly Powell and was her lead staffer in redistricting. I witnessed the 2021 process firsthand. Throughout 2021, we were repeatedly told that the maps were drawn blind to race. During my testimony in May, attorneys from the state asked me a number of questions under the assumption that the lawmakers drew the maps in 2021 without regard to racial data. Again, drawing the maps blind to race. I've passed around a copy of an email dated September 17th, 2021 from the staff of State Senator Joan Huffman, who led the drawing of the Senate and congressional maps. In that email, her redistricting staff explicitly wrote, quote, "We are drafting all maps without regard to racial data." In fact, the email I originally sent, which prompted this response, was said to have been, quote, "closed right away," just because the email contained racial data. So fast forward to today, you would imagine my shock and surprise when the Department of Justice informed the state of Texas that the 2021 congressional maps must be redrawn, citing the districts were created using, quote, "race-based considerations." The email I provided today claims that, quote, "all maps were being drawn race-blind." So, did the state draw all the maps in 2021 now with racial data, as the DOJ claims, or were they drawn blind to race, as was testified under oath, and it's the email before you? Regardless, as we sit here today, the act of dismantling districts, specifically because of the resulting racial makeup, would be blatant act of intentional racial gerrymandering discrimination. The predominant use of race to justify this process will cause all of us to defend illegal maps in court for years to come. The best way to end this and avoid that would be to end this process and focus on the real needs of the state.
Members, questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. Next up at this microphone is going to be Barbara Applequist. If you could make your way up front. I'll show you registered to testify as
Jason Thomas on behalf of the NAACP of Arlington on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is Jason Thomas, a resident of Tarrant County, a recently elected trustee of the Mansfield ISD School Board, director of road and bridge maintenance for the Honorable Commissioner Lisa Simmons. But tonight I proudly speak on behalf of the Arlington, Texas branch of the NAACP, where I serve as president. We at the Arlington, Texas NAACP strongly oppose this unnecessary and racially discriminatory attempt at mid-decade redistricting. I'm a child of a father and a mother who were born in 1929 and 1939 respectively, both African American, both raised under Jim Crow laws in Birmingham, Alabama, and both taught me the cost of silence in the face of injustice. My mother's favorite phrase, don't just sit on your stool of do nothing. And that's why I'm here doing something. They lived through poll taxes, literacy tests, and voting districts drawn to suppress their voices. And now, nearly 100 years later, we are witnessing those same tactics resurface under the lie of there being a process, but driven by the same intent to silence voters of color. This redistricting proposal targets districts where Black and Latino voters have consistently elected their candidates of choice. This mid-decade redistricting is a clear attempt to weaken the hard-won representation of Black and brown Texas voters. Although Black, brown, and Asian communities have fueled this state's population and economic growth, we continue to be excluded from the political future we've helped create. This mid-decade redistricting only deepens that injustice, further destroying our rights to fair and adequate representation. To redraw lines mid-decade is a slap in the face of the voters of Texas who did not ask for this. It is also a signal to this country that Texas is ripe for political bullying and will ignore Texas voters. We at the NAACP urge you, honor the legacy of the Voting Rights Act, respect the voices of the people, and reject this mid-decade redistricting effort that is racially motivated, legally suspect, and morally wrong. We also urge you to be the politicians who serve all Texas voters and not just be a political puppet for someone outside of Texas. Say no to this mid-decade redistricting. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. Next up at this microphone is going to be Stacy Brown, if you can make your way up. Chair calls Barbara Applewhite. Oh, Applequist. Applequist. I just defaulted for a second there. I apologize. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for this opportunity to share my perspective. My name is Barbara Applequist. For the past 2 years, my husband and I have lived in Congressional District 32 in Dallas, and for the 36 years prior to that, we lived in Arlington and Congressional District 6, which is currently Congressional District 25. I'm a retired Arlington ISD high school social studies teacher. My concern about the current redistricting proposal is based on what I understand to have been the intention of the framers of the U.S. Constitution. As seen in the Federalist Papers, there was intense concern about the dangers of factions or political parties. Their concern was if we had political parties, the strongest ones would control government, and the government would not protect equally the rights and interests of all the people. Instead, government would promote the interest of the majority political party. A quick look at the current congressional district map in Texas validates their fears. The current map has 25 of the 38 congressional districts favoring Republicans. That's a 65.8% of the districts. That exceeds the percentages of voters who voted Republican in the last 2 general elections for an advantage of 2 to 3 seats for the Republicans. And yet, here we are with the potential of redistricting with the express purpose of providing more Republican seats and thus a safer Republican majority in the U.S. Congress. Usually, gerrymandering is prettied up a little bit, but this is blatant, out in the open, partisan gerrymandering. It's appalling. That fear of the founding fathers seems alive and well in Texas. So I ask you, how sacred to you is the principle of one person, one vote? How sacred to you is the right of the people to choose their representatives and not the other way around? How sacred and the need of our protection is a truly representative democracy. Just do the right thing. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? There is none. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Stacey Brown. Before that, I apologize. This next witness over here on this microphone is going to be Richard Gonzalez, if you can make your way down. Chair calls Stacey Brown. Show you registered to testify on behalf of the Friendship West Baptist Church and yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Yes. My name is Reverend Stacey D. Brown, and I am here on behalf of my church, my beautiful 3 children, my precinct 4502, which I am the chair, my sorority Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and my community at large, which stand in objection to this racist, unjust, and downright evil redistricting. In addition to these roles, I am a proud Texas girl through and through. I grew up on the east side of El Paso, was schooled on the campuses of Texas Southern University and Texas A&M, lived in Lubbock, and now reside and lead in Grand Prairie. But most of all, in addition to all these roles, I'm tired. I'm tired of leaders talking out the side of their necks, pretending that they promote Christian values, but really they harm the very ones which our sacred text, the Bible, says to aid and protect. Now, this text, I know you're familiar with it because you voted to keep the 10 Commandments in all of the classrooms. So, allow me to give you a brief Bible study. Now, Matthew, allow me to give you a brief Bible study on the text you either willfully skipped or maybe just didn't understand. Okay. So Matthew 6:21 says, "For where your treasure is, there is your heart also. There will your heart be also." So rather than devote our treasury and our attention to the over 130 people that died needlessly to the flood, here we are. So rather than devote our treasury to the education for our children, my 3 sitting right here, here we are. So rather than devote our treasury to gun control and laws to protect the citizens of places like El Paso and Allen and the children of Santa Fe and Uvalde and all other places, here we are. Now, this teaching stands in direct opposition to the teachings of the man in Galilee, you know, the one you claim to serve and follow. But, you know, if he was here present day, you would likely have him deported. So you sit at those tables, that Jesus would have flipped and participate in activities that he would have rebuked. Let me be clear. Isaiah says, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the cause of the widow. But obviously, you have no interest in doing that. And I'm going to say this in closing. I leave you with this. Galatians 6:7 says, "Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For so whatsoever a man reapeth, or whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." You trying to steal 5 seats, and you might just lose 10.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. Please excuse. The next witness at this microphone is going to be Joanna Cardoza. If you could, Cardoza, I apologize. So you could come down here. Chair calls Richard Gonzalez. Richard Gonzalez here. Chair Richard Gonzalez registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. The next witness here is going to be Armand Avila. If you could make your way down front. Armand Avila. Okay. Chair shows you registered to testify as Joanna Cardoza on behalf of LULAC District 2?
21.
21. District 21 on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Cardoza. I am here this, it used to be afternoon tonight, to speak on behalf of the League of United Latin American Citizens of District 21, which covers several North Texas counties. Although most of Texas's population growth in the last decade has come from people of color, some of you are working very hard to silence those same communities. Texas deserves fair maps, not political manipulation. Every vote should have an equal voice in our democracy. This rushed and forced redistricting efforts threatens the fundamental principle. If Abbott is going to call a special session, it should not be to advance a political agenda. It should be to solve real problems. Texans deserve the right to choose their candidates of choice that will fight for their values and the critical needs of their communities, not a yes man or woman in D.C. Instead of this manufactured attempt to redistrict congressional maps, these are some real problems that let me take my glasses off, that you could be a better use of your time. Workforce housing. Each day in our community, families struggle to keep a roof above their head. How about investing in the next generation of leaders by fully funding public schools instead of defunding them through vouchers and continued approval of charter schools in our communities? How about the expansion of Medicaid, Medicare to address the huge health disparities among communities of color? Disparities such as the high maternal mortality rate and mental health needs in the Tarrant County community. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls, next one up on this side is going to be Anthony Bridges. If you could make it way down front. Anthony Bridges. Chair calls Armand Avila. You hear Armand Avila? Show him registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Next up on this microphone down here is going to be Bobby Cole. If you could make your way down front for Bobby Cole here. Chair is going to call Anthony Bridges. Whichever makes you feel comfortable. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Anthony Bridges.
You got it. That's your microphone. Okay. Mr. Bridges, I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Anthony Bridges, a grassroots candidate, and I say you're worried about the wrong people. AIPAC-sponsored Democrats who spread lies to enable the slaughter of the innocent aren't your political enemy. I am. You are worried about arbitrary power and pseudo-opposition, but there are three powers that you can't control: the power of the people, the power of God, and the power of physics. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The mass starvation of millions of people will have divine retribution to pay. And God knows who is responsible. God knows who profited
off these crimes against humanity. And I look forward to the day we stop seeking political solutions to these atrocities. You want to redraw some lines? Go ahead. Give people another reason to feel disenfranchised and underrepresented. So please, show everyone how rigged the game truly is so we can start playing a new one. Inshallah.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Bobby Cole?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one sec. At this microphone, if I could get James Collins. James Collins at that microphone. Okay, I show you registered to testify as Bobby Cole on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Bobby Cole. I'm a lifelong Texan. I'm an East Texas farmer and a retired fireman. The Texas Republican Party is corrupt to the core. Its spineless devotion to Donald Trump is on full display, with Greg Abbott being the prize pony. All that this blind loyalty to MAGA has brought to the people of Texas is trampled freedoms, liberties, and rights. Common decency and dignity that Texas used to stand for is gone. Replaced with cruelty and division and a way of governance not for the people, but at the behest of only the ultra-rich and the powerful. We are here today to testify against the naked power grab ordered by Trump himself. This redistricting scheme will disenfranchise hardworking Black and Latino communities that deserve to be heard. These new maps will represent the tallest test yet for Texas Republicans in regard to what the national Republicans and Trump want. In trying to turn 5 blue districts red, you will have to bust them up and dilute the remaining Democratic vote with Republican ones. There is only one way to do this. You have to take your safe Republican districts, dilute them down with Democratic votes, and hope they remain a light pink. If you are a Texas Republican, this makes you nervous. Change is coming. Hardworking Texans feel it. Democrats feel it. And so do Republicans who are desperate to rig the system one more time to hold on to power. I'm just a common, hardworking Texan who cares about his family and the legacy I will leave them. But I bring forth a message from the people of Texas. Along with change, accountability is coming for Greg Abbott and Texan Republicans. The people of Texas have weighed and measured your 30 years of governance, and it is found to be lacking. Your malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance is going to come home to roost. It doesn't matter what maps you draw or how corrupt your reasoning is to justify it. So do your worst, because that's what you're best at. A reckoning is coming, and the people of Texas will render it on November 3rd, 2026. Thank you.
Dean Thompson for what purpose? Chair recognizes Dean Thompson to question the witness.
How would this redistricting impact you as a farmer?
What's that?
How would this redistricting impact you as a farmer?
Well, I mean, it really depends. I'm in House District 5. And so it just depends. I mean, like if you take in the cities, we're going to have different needs from the rural to the city. So, I mean, it would be better if our House districts were drawn more to represent the common interest of the people in that district.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Members, any other questions? Hear none. Thank you for your testimony. Chair
Chair calls James Collins. Is James Collins here? Chair will show James Collins registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Next two, if they could come up, Kristen Harden Sigler and James Sigler. I apologize if that's Sigler. Give them a moment to make their way over. Kristen Harden Sigler, James Sigler. There's no, okay. Chair's going to give them one more time. Kristen Harden Sigler, James Sigler. Hearing no response, Chair will show Kristen Harden Sigler registered to testify on behalf of herself on a revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair will show James Sigler registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Next two witnesses, if they could make their way up. David Yagubian and Crystal Chisholm. Show you registered to testify as Crystal Chisholm on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to also speak on behalf of the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats for Dallas County.
So give me that one more time. Texas
Coalition
Black Democrats
for Dallas County.
Of Dallas County. Do I have your permission to modify your witness affirmation form accordingly?
Yes, sir, you do.
Okay, and I show you registered to testify as Crystal Chisholm on behalf of the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats of Dallas County and yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for coming to the Dallas-Fort Worth area for Arlington for this hearing. I serve also as a public servant in the beautiful city of DeSoto, which is the blackest city in Dallas County. As I mentioned also, I am the chair for the Texas Coalition for Black Democrats in Dallas County, and I am a combat veteran as well. And I will be honest, when I'm saying this not just as an elected official, but also as a combat veteran. You know, I've served 2 tours in Iraq, and I think that when I signed up to go fight for terrorism in early 2000, 2001, I thought, okay, terrorism, I can see it. It's the 9/11. It's the burning of the buildings. But when I came home, I never thought that I'd have to fight for political terrorism that's happening right in our community by the disenfranchisement of our communities and our black and brown communities. I appreciate a forum to have people speak their minds. I think it's important. It's a part of democracy, right? But I'll be honest with you. I've been sitting here for 6 hours. I put my card in an hour and a half before your meeting started, and I'm looking around in this room, and I don't think you're going to be able to hear everybody. And that's not democracy. And so I ask you as leaders of this committee that you make changes for the rest of the hearing that you have, and let all of us have our voice and time with you, because we've sacrificed our time, we waited in parking, and we should be heard as well. Not to mention, there are no maps, there are no drafts, as we have heard. We don't even know what these lines are going to be withdrawn at, but yet we're being asked to get input on something that we don't even know. But here's what I do know as a fact. Texas is home to the highest population of black people, the highest population of black people, yet our Texas Senate, our House, and as well as our congressional districts don't look nothing like that, right? And so whatever you're going to give me, I know that already we're behind the curve. And so if you had not guessed, I'm totally against any type of redistricting. This doesn't make sense at all. And if I could quote, because I'm in Congressional District 30, the late Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, she said, "It is really puzzling why a nation of democracy does not want to see African Americans vote." You begin to wonder, what is the mentality of those people that have to continue to try to take us back? Here's what I want you to know, if nobody else has said it. We're not going back. For those of you all who are Democrats sitting in this seat, I need to know that you got some soldiers ready to fight. You got some soldiers ready to raise money. You have some soldiers ready to organize and mobilize. Don't be fearful. Don't sit on your back. Don't let money be the reason why you don't. Yes, and I did it at the age of 18 and again at 21.
You got it.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions of this witness? Chair recognizes Representative Garcia to question the witness.
Look, you're just trying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, I just wanted to say, as a fellow combat veteran, thank you so much for your service. I know things might not be understandable right now, but you know what our mission is, and our mission has never wavered. Thank you.
I got you. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Chair hears none. Witness is excused. Next up at this microphone, if I can get Tracy Scott. Tracy Scott. Chair calls David Yagubian.
Yacobian.
Yes. And on behalf of yourself, on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm David Yacobian. First, let me share with you words of a renowned Texas politician of old. Any fellow who will cheat for you will cheat against you. Any man who will deceive the voters during a political campaign will deceive them after he is elected. Does this sound familiar? Why are we being proposed a mid-decade redistricting? The president, our governor, lieutenant governor, our attorney general, they are all attempting to act like thieves in broad daylight. They have no moral, ethical inhibition from stealing my vote from me and stealing votes away from my neighbors. Remember, if your leadership will cheat for you, they will cheat against you. I oppose this corrupt, bad faith attempt to redistrict and diminish the voting power of me, my neighbors, and family. Texas has been a lifelong home, and I've never seen such peak corruption as I see now. I'll end with another quote from a legendary Texan. Every American citizen must have an equal right to vote. There is no reason which can excuse the denial of that right. There is no duty which weighs more heavily on us than the duty we have to ensure that right. Tread very, very carefully. Every Texan is watching.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Gentleman's excused. Thank you. Next up at this microphone, if I can get Ricardo Estrada. Chair calls Tracy Scott. Is Tracy Scott present? Chair Rousseau, Tracy Scott registered to testify on behalf of, I see, Outreach and Self on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Next up at this microphone, if I could have Robert Van come down. Robert Van. Is Ricardo Estrada here? Ricardo Estrada, Chair will show Ricardo. Okay. Chair will show him registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair will call Robert Van. Is Robert Van here? Robert Van. Chair will show Robert Van registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair will call Kay Parr. Kay Parr. Is Ms. Parr here? Please come on down to this microphone. We'll wait for you, ma'am. And then if I could get Larry Davis at this microphone on our other side. Larry Davis. And if not Larry Davis, then Tavita Uatafe at that microphone. Okay. I'll show you registered to testify as Kay Parr on behalf of yourself, and the Texas Democratic County Chairs Association and the Parker County Democratic Party. Is that on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
No, I think you've got the wrong person here.
Okay, what's your name, ma'am?
Kate Carr.
K. Parr?
Carr with a K.
Oh, I have K. Parr with a P.
Oh.
Now, the odds of that are very, very low. But it happens. Can we find her registration? Well, let me ask this. Is K. Parr with a P? P-A-R-R here. Okay, I'll show her registered to testify as K. Parr with a P. On behalf of herself, the Texas Democratic County Chairs Association, the Parker County Democratic Party, on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Now, Ms. Carr, if you'll just stay right there, we're going to do everything we can to find your witness registration. We're going to let you testify after you've made that trip down. So if you just wait right there, we're going to find it.
Okay.
Is Larry Davis here? Okay. Chair calls Larry Davis. Show Larry Davis registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vice Chair, for what purpose?
Can we pause so I can ask a question of the chair, please?
Absolutely. Chair will pause the timer. Chair will yield for question from the Vice Chair.
Thank you. And also to allow a minute to find this witness.
Absolutely. You bet. We have another stack we're going to go through.
I'd like to reiterate the request that that the committee call for and receive the complete transcript of the redistricting trial that just happened in El Paso. Can we get that information distributed to the entire committee, please?
I wasn't aware of that request, but I'm happy to make that request and get that for you.
Very good. Thank you
bet.
so much.
So we'll make a note of that for staff to request a transcript of that and provide that to the members of the committee. Members, any other questions? Okay. You just wait right there. You own that microphone. Do not let anybody take that microphone from you. Is Tavita Uatafe here? Chair calls Tavita Uatafe, show registered to testify on behalf of the Tarrant County Central Labor Council on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Okay. I'm going to call up. All right. Ms. Carrs, what we're going to do?
Oh, great.
You did register to testify?
Yeah, Catherine.
Okay, I'll take you at your word. We're going to bring you another form. Do we have your permission once we do this form to delete your duplicate registration?
Sure.
God bless you. All right, he's going to come and do that for you. And in the meantime, we're going to call up Kelly Dennison. Is Kelly Dennison here? Chair will show Kelly Dennison registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Bruce Richardson. Is Bruce Richardson here? Chair will show Bruce Richardson registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Juan Chrisman. Is Juan Chrisman here? Chair will show Juan Chrisman registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Eprin Carrion. Eprin Carrion. Chair will show Eprin Carrion registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Paul James. All right. Thank you, Paul. We were waiting on you, Paul. And next after Paul will be Dr. Lyndia Thomas. If she is here, just be ready. We'll keep going. All right. I show you registered to testify as Paul James on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
I want to thank you all for letting me present this. It almost felt like I was sitting there waiting for jury duty when you're back there. I live on the south side of Dallas, and I'm proud to be represented by my Congresswoman, Jasmine Crockett. I wondered what it would be like to speak to a Republican and what they would say to voters during a MAGA gerrymandering of Texas. If you were a firefighter, please get to my house quickly. Save my house and save my family. But if you're a Democrat or an independent, we are going to water down your vote faster than Donald Trump puts on spray tan. If you're a teacher, please teach our children so they will grow up and be productive and smart. But if you're a Democrat or an independent, we will take your vote like a banned book off the library shelf. If you're a policeman, please keep our towns and families safe. But if you're a Democrat or an independent, we want your voice to be silenced. If you're a nurse, please take care of us when we are hospitalized. Pay attention to our condition. But if you're a Democrat or an independent, we want to stifle your rights. What is perplexing to those of us out on the outside of politics is that we don't understand why some who worked so hard, like all of you, to get elected and serve the people of Texas, but now have to please one governor who has to serve the orange felon in the White House. Some Republicans have spoken out about gerrymandering. One said, "It has completely broken our political system." That was Newt Gingrich. One called gerrymandering anti-democratic and un-American. That was Ronald Reagan. In closing, I oppose redistricting in order to water down some Texans' votes. It should not be that Texans are cheating Texans. It's bad enough that we have cheating, fraud, and even worse come out of the White House. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is done. Thank you for your testimony. All right. I'll show you registered to testify as K. Is it Carp?
Right.
Okay. On behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Yes, I've lived in Texas most of my life, more than 50 years, and it's good to see my District 105 Texas House Rep, Terry Meza. Anyway, it is Governor Abbott's job to work for all Texans, not mainly for big donors, a political party, or a president. By placing a strictly political issue before the higher priority flood disaster and Texan safety, the governor is virtually spitting in the faces of the people he is mandated to serve. Before the 2020 census, my congressional district was 24, a largely urban-suburban area, geographically centrally close, mainly covering Dallas and Tarrant counties. When legislators redrew the district in 2021 and changed my home from District 24 to District 6, they extended it far beyond its original area. Boundaries now stretch from Irving to Mansfield to Palestine, so driving within our district can now exceed 3 hours and be hundreds of miles. And the issues of interest of Irving couldn't differ more from much of our new district's added territory. Very rural, Irving has a rapidly growing population that includes a well-established school district, plus massively escalating land development in Las Colinas, home of the Toyota Music Factory. Whereas part of the new territory added in District 6 was the Wells School District, which was only recognized as recently as 2010 by the Texas Education Agency. Congressman Elzy, District 6 rep, isn't someone we typically see in our section of Texas. Is this another example of our state government legislators wanting to redraw our district boundaries without concern for all their constituents? and of our federal House representative not inclined to represent all of his constituents. It's easy to conclude that our legislators have no appetite to improve the district boundaries so as to represent all Texans. Therefore, it's even more egregious to solely address the politicized issue of redistricting before that of flood relief and flood infrastructure.
Please complete your testimony.
Okay, I'm about at the end. Our Texas legislators showing that they don't want to accept responsibility for anything related to devastating events where people are still missing. It's not as if Texas lacks a surplus of funds, or would legislators rather hoard money and deny productive action that will vastly benefit Texans' safety and well-being now and in the future. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair Harrison, thank you for your testimony. Next up at this microphone is going to be David Griggs. If you can make your way down front for that microphone. I show you registered to testify as Dr. Lyndia Thomas on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I am with House District 95, Nicole Collier, as well as Congressman Mark Vesey and 33 in Congressional District 33. And I'm here because I am appalled. I'm really, really upset at what is going on in our country. And it all started on January 6th when number 47, and he was number 45 then, tried to steal our country. And we as people allowed this same individual, this convicted felon, to take control of what we take so precious as our White House. He's throwing out there, when he's mandating you to redistrict, his first trial was for the United States Capitol. He wanted to see how far he could go with that. He succeeded. He's throwing this into Texas, where we say, don't mess with Texas. He's trying you. Do not allow this man to destroy Texas. You have a voice. Someone said it earlier. Don't be confounded about money, because money is not the issue here. If you want to get reelected, you need to please the people, not number 47, because number 47 time is limited. The people are going to be tired of being sick and tired of whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're liberal. You work for the people. When you lose focus of the fact that you work for the people, you can start counting the days that you're going to be in office. So I'm here to say I am against redistricting. First of all, everybody has a voice, whether you agree with them or not. It doesn't matter where you came from, or because we're all aliens in this country. Nobody was really here but the Indians. So I'm asking you all, whether you're a Republican or Democrat or whatever, do not support this. Do not support this redistricting. It's wrong. And like my mom used to say, 400 wrongs don't make a right.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair Harrison, thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Next up at this microphone over here, if we could get Nicole Raphael. Nicole Raphael, if you could come down here. All right, I show you registered to testify as David Griggs on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
give us your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is David Griggs from Dallas County. I'm an attorney currently in private practice, a former civil prosecutor with the FTC, a longtime adjunct professor of political science at Dallas College, and currently an adjunct professor of election law at the University of North Texas, Dallas College of Law. Today, I am here representing myself. It is from my experience in teaching election law, specifically, that I have studied the concepts of partisan gerrymandering and race and redistricting, and it's from that that I draw my comments today, opposing this mid-decade redistricting effort. I agree with the public comments of many of my fellow Texans who've previously testified regarding the ill-advised nature of this process. But the main point of why I'm here tonight is to reiterate some of the comments and testimony you've already received from other law professors and legal experts that the Department of Justice letter is a deliberate misrepresentation of case law governing these issues and should not serve as any kind of legitimate justification for the reconsideration of district lines. There are three cases. Most of you have read this letter. Three cases that are listed. First is Allen versus Michigan. This was a case that upheld the applicability of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act when Sections 4 and 5 were decimated by the Shelby County versus Holder case in 2012. It was widely hailed as a positive case for the future of the VRA and its enforcement of Section 2. However, DOJ lawyers distorted dicta in a concurrence by Justice Kavanaugh to twist it around to support their concept of race-based gerrymandering, and even said that it would require a compelling state interest for Texas to keep those districts. This is an absurd argument and a serious misreading of the majority opinion. The second case was Pettaway versus Galveston County. That was a Fifth Circuit case where the court expounded on coalition districts and what it takes to make a successful claim to challenge them. It does not have anything to do with the unconstitutionality of a gerrymander. It merely asserts that the VRA in this circuit only, the Fifth Circuit, does not allow individual racial or ethnic groups to join together to claim that the maps dilute their votes. The circuits are split on that. It does not say that coalition districts are not allowed. And finally, the last case, Bartlett, also misrepresents.
Mr. Griggs, 1 second.
Do you have a question?
So your time has expired, but I have a question for you.
All right, please
I think he
do.
wants to ask you about Bartlett.
I'm actually going to ask you about the last case
Okay,
first.
now you can answer.
Mr. Chairman, may I answer the question?
I think you can only answer. But he's
So
gonna,
I'm asking you the question.
Yeah.
To please explain the last case. And then I'm...
All right.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. The Bartlett case determined that a minority group must meet a numerical test of more than 50% of the population to allow what was in that case a crossover district. That's not what you're here to consider, and that case doesn't apply. It doesn't consider the permissibility of coalition districts or crossover districts, and it even states the following. It states that states who wish to draw crossover, or in this case coalition districts, are free to do so where there are no other prohibitions. So the case was completely misrepresented, and my whole point is that this, if this was the justification for the governor's call, it is totally bogus, and it has absolutely no purpose here, and I think you all should find another justification, because it's not this. Thank you.
I do have one more question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I understand. I believe that the DOJ letter, besides misrepresenting the law, and remember, I'm a lawyer. I'm an engineer, not a lawyer, so I need advice. But it is my understanding that what they are asking us to do is actually illegal.
That is correct.
Can you please help me understand that?
Sure. Well, the Supreme Court, by the way, has not weighed in on the Pettaway case. You got to understand that. It's only in the Fifth Circuit, and the circuits are split. And so if you look at all of case law, it is not likely that the Supreme Court is going to take the Pettaway, which is really what they are putting here. And that's the only reason they wrote it, is because there was a 2024 decision that was a circuit decision. It wasn't even the entire country. And they're assuming that the Supreme Court is going to take that. Well, even if they do, there is other case law which says that you cannot do this. You cannot take districts that were drawn that were race blind and then use a race-based theory to undo them. Even our Attorney General has testified that it was legal.
And actually disputed. So you're right, I got it. So the Attorney General has backed up this claim. But let me just boil this down into something that my
And of
people
course, he
brain
would
can
only tell
understand.
you the truth. You know, that's you got to realize that.
The
right?
DOJ letter claims that districts were drawn on the basis of race, which is untrue according to the people that drew them in the first place. And the DOJ letter then says, on the basis of race, you are to go after these particular districts, which is unconstitutional.
Right.
Help me make that make sense.
The whole premise of this letter is wrong, and it was written by probably someone who had not passed the bar. And if you remember, Professor Katz testified to you all that if she had graded a paper that was written anything like this, she would have given that student a very bad grade.
Thank you for your testimony.
And as a former civil prosecutor for the Federal Trade Commission and keeping my interest in doing great work for the federal government, it is an embarrassment to read something like this, and it should never happen.
Thank you for bringing the expertise. I appreciate it.
Vice Chairman.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Chair Harzan, thank you for your testimony. At this microphone, can I get Kendall Locke? Kendall Locke. I show you registered to testify as Nicole Raphael on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Sure thing. God bless you all. Thank you all for being here in the city of Arlington, North Texas. We appreciate that. I appreciate that as a former elected official in the city of DeSoto. I was located, or I live, my city, and I live in District 109, where freshman Aisha Davis is my state rep. I appreciate that. As well as I live in Congressional District 30, where Jasmine Crockett is my congresswoman, and I appreciate that. I'm coming before you today concerned about the governor's July 9th directive to pursue the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan mid-decade. As someone who has worked closely with residents, community leaders, and city staff, I've seen firsthand how policy and representation directly impacts people's lives, particularly as the 2020 chair for the city of DeSoto, and seeing how redistricting and its purposes really do affect people's lives. Now, in District 30, it is a strong home for those who are civically engaged, Black and Latino populations who live in our community. It's a community that's built in faith, generational wealth, and advocacy for fair housing, education, healthcare access, voting rights. Any efforts to redraw its lines without any clear justification or public input is both reckless and deeply disrespectful for those of us who really care about our community, care about law, care about being a resident here in Texas. What's most alarming is the lack of transparency. And as of today, the public has not been shown any proposed maps. The reasons behind the redistricting remain vague. You've heard all the things, and I agree with every single individual who's come here today. But what I want to be clear about is that in District 30, it has earned its voice, particularly as it was carved out initially by our late and great Etta Bernice Johnson. I want you to know that we won't accept being silenced through political maneuvering. We want to stand firm, and we will stand firm in resolving this issue, doing whatever we need to do to make certain that we're heard, that you hear us. And I want to strongly urge you to halt the process until the public is properly informed, the maps are released, the interests of the communities of colors like ours in DeSoto and across the southern Dallas County are fully protected. But for you as elected leaders, you have a tall order. Here in the state of Texas, it seems like there's a different voice for those of you who are small city versus bigger city. And I want to give you a few words that might help you.
Please finish your testimony.
Thank you. Don't tread on us. So when you go and share this information with others, don't tread on us. That's a racist trope that I've heard in the past, but it's something that might mean something for the smaller cities or representatives who represent smaller areas in Texas. One of the things that I fear is that small city representatives versus big city representatives have a bigger voice in our city. and that can't continue. That cannot continue. So thank you for listening.
Members, any questions for this witness? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. And then at this microphone, if I could get Andy Laviolette. Okay. Apologize if I said that wrong. Chair calls Kendall Locke. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
On behalf of myself and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
Okay. Okay. Technically, since she is an individual, I don't know if he can testify on behalf of an individual. Hyper-technically under the rules. I think it's only...
Can he testify on behalf of the Congresswoman's office?
Yeah, okay. The committee has conferred and agreed. Now, can I change your registration to say that you're testifying on behalf of the office of Congresswoman Crockett?
Yes.
Okay.
Engineer playing with law.
Okay. Shall you register to testify as Kendall Locke on behalf of the office of Congresswoman Crockett and yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, members of the While she couldn't be here due to other official commitments, I thought it's best, or would be best, that I pick up where she left off. Let's call this what it is, a power grab. This proposed redistricting of congressional districts across the state isn't about fairness. It's not about equal representation. It's not even about righting the wrongs of this state and its state legislature when it comes to giving people of color in this state a voice. It's about securing political advantage at the direct expense of historically underrepresented communities. Specifically with regard to Texas 30, it's a district that has long been a stronghold for communities of common interest: Black, Hispanic, AAPI, working class families across South and West Dallas, other cities like DeSoto, Duncanville, Lancaster, Glen Heights, just to name a few, who all share deep cultural, economic, and social ties. Our district is reflective of who they are, who those people are. It amplifies their voice, and that's exactly why it's being targeted along with other districts. To break apart Texas 30 or any other majority-minority district across this state is to fracture communities that has consistently fought for every inch of representation in which it has. Let me be clear. The people in these districts aren't just voters in a map. They are our neighbors, our churches, small business owners, and generations of Texans bound by shared values and shared challenges. Disrupting communities of common interest is not just bad policy, it's a direct violation of redistricting principles that I would hope you uphold, and a betrayal of the trust Texans place in you as our elected state leaders to steward this process. This redistricting attempt isn't neutral, it's surgical. It's going to slice through community lines to protect outside interests, not constituents, to secure extreme control, not public service. I urge you, do not rubber stamp a map that silences communities. Don't dismantle districts that have long provided an actual voice for people in the U.S. House. And as for Texas 30,
Please complete your testimony.
And as for Texas 30, let me be very clear. It's working, it's united, it's representative, and it should remain untouched. Let's focus on the people, their voices, and their interests, because at the end of the day, that's what matters most. Thank you so much.
Members, questions to the witness? Chair is none. Thank you. You're excused. For this microphone next, if I can get Latrina Lampkin. Hit that one. Chair calls Andy Laviolette?
LaViolette, yes.
LaViolette.
LaViolette.
Okay.
Yeah.
On behalf of yourself.
You're good.
On revised congressional, that's a pretty cool name, I got to say.
Thank you.
On behalf of yourself, on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thanks. So, my wife, my daughter, and I are all registered voters in Denton, Texas. I think that a lot of what has been said today is so brilliant and beautifully put, and I won't restate so many of the things that we've heard here today. But I think it comes down to just sort of accurate and fair representation, and the problem of where our government has gone to on bending to the will of Donald Trump and not being able to stand up for what's right. And regardless of what party we're affiliated with, I would hope that the overall goal of the districts that are being put together on maps are to accurately reflect the will of the people. And so I would hope that everyone that sits on this committee, when it comes time for that vote, for you to exercise the power that you have, for you to take a moment and to reconsider that you have the ability to stand up to the Trump administration and to Greg Abbott and to what they're asking you to do. This can be your moment, even if your party is not the Democratic Party, if you're part of the Republican Party, this can be your moment to stand up and to stand out and show your constituents that you are willing to vote for what's right and to do what's right and to help us create a society that gives accurate representation of people. So I hope that you consider that.
Members, questions for the witness? Chair Zan, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Latrina Lampkin. Latrina Lampkin, Chair will show Latrina Lampkin registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Christopher Erickson. Christopher Erickson. Chair will show Christopher Erickson registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Tigges Solomon. Tigges Solomon or Tigges Solomon. Chair will show Tigges Solomon registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Jeremy Matthews. Well, Mr. Matthews, make your way down to that microphone. Chair will ask Allison Campolo if you could make your way down to that other microphone. I show you registered to testify as Jeremy Matthews on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Greetings, committee. My name is Jeremy Matthews. I live in Plano, Texas, in Congressional District 3. I am against this redistricting, and I would like to make 3 points. My first point is addressed to the Republicans on this committee. The redistricting effort is a flagrant abuse of power. Texas's representation in Congress is already distorted in favor of your party. In the past 3 presidential elections, the Republican presidential ticket has been favored by Texans by only low to mid-50s percentages. Yet Republicans currently occupy 66% of Texas's congressional seats. The president is asking for 5 more Republican seats, which would result in the party occupying 79% of these seats. The difference between the statewide voting percentages with the current representation to possibly nearly 80% Republican occupation is obscene. It is not even Republicanism. The Texas public is not being truly represented and will be even less so if this redistricting goes through. My second point is addressed to the Democrats on the committee. I truly appreciate your opposition to this redistricting effort. But please, can we stop with the talk of breaking quorum? Breaking quorum is not what the public elected you to do. You were not elected to be absent. It is very understandable to want to break quorum, and if you do, please do not flee the state or go into hiding. I think it is better to stand up for what you believe here in Texas than to flee. My third point is addressed to the whole committee, but probably more so to the Republicans because I think the Democrats might be more on board with the following. I think an independent redistricting body is in order. I think Texas's congressional seats are the people's seats. They are not political party seats. All of you are in public service, and I commend you for caring about the future of Texas. However, this redistricting is not public service. It is political party service. Fair district lines lead to fair representation, a principle on which our country was founded. Let's please act on that principle. Thank you for your time.
Members, questions of the witness? Chair is done. Thank you for your testimony. Next up at this microphone, if I can get Jan McDowell. Jan McDowell. Chair calls Allison Campolo. I show you registered to testify on behalf of the Tarrant County Democratic Party on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm so glad you can read my handwriting. It's really bad.
I got you. Please give us your testimony.
Of course. Members of the committee, my name is Dr. Allison Campolo. I'm the chair of the Tarrant County Democratic Party, where we are now. I had a whole cool, really eloquent, I'm really smart. I had a really eloquent thing written out. But, like, we've been here for 7 hours, so I've had time to, percolate. So I'm just going to monologue a little bit. Obviously, stop me when I'm done, okay? So I'm more like talking to the audience and anybody watching the live stream, and our Democratic House members, thank you, bless you, you're wonderful. Like I said, we've been here all night. I know our House members have had a lot of long nights. Thank you for staying, for people, no matter how many there are. You're wonderful. I think I represent a lot of Texans, a lot of people who come out here. I think I'm just like them. I work a full-time job, then I work another full-time job being chair of the party. I have 3 kids that are all under 4 now. Life is hard, and we're here like at 10:30 p.m. Like, holy crap. And obviously, you guys have seen that all across the state as you've been going around, right? Like, you have way more people coming to testify than you have time to sit here. And man, I gotta tell you, that's a message for 2026. Like, what's coming, guys? Like, so, one of the things, I still have a green light, I'm gonna keep going. All right. So one of the things that really stuns me, one of the things I wrote down is what stuns me about this body undertaking this action is that it undercuts everybody, not just Democrats, not just people of color. It systematically carves up the urban areas to dilute them with rural voters, right? So you're ruining everyone's chance to have fair representation. Nobody is fairly represented. And I just want to say, and I know I'm running out of time, I'm so sorry, we will remember who stood for democracy and who bowed down to political pressure. You will dilute your own Republican districts with our numbers, and your congressional members will lose their seats in droves because, look at this, it's like midnight. And when the legal challenges come up, as they will, and when the voters rise up, and they will, the shame of this blatant gerrymander will be forever tied to your names.
Members, any questions for the witness? Chair is done. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Excused. Next up at this microphone, if I can get Michaela Watkins. Michaela Watkins at that microphone. Is Jan McDowell here? Okay, Chair calls Jan McDowell. Chair will show Jan McDowell registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Michaela Watkins. Michaela Watkins. Chair will show Michaela Watkins registered to testify on behalf of, Ms. Watkins? Okay, take your time. All right. If I could get Chris Wood at this microphone over here. Chris Wood at that microphone. Okay. I show you registered to testify as Michaela Watkins on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and fellow outraged Texans. My name is Michaela Watkins, and I am a resident of Congressman BC's 33rd District. Ladies and gentlemen, complacency and lack of integrity landed us here, and I find it incredibly disheartening to look upon some of the faces on the dais and see soullessness and disinterest in your eyes as we plead for not only our voting rights, but our human rights. What we are seeing and experiencing is the effect of spineless leadership that has placed us under and further in the line of fire of fascist rule. As we know, this racially motivated redistricting attempt would have immense adverse effects on our Black and brown communities. This reactionary violation of the Voting Rights Act is an acknowledgement of our growth and our power within these historic and beautiful communities. The felon-in-chief and his incompetent cronies are afraid of our voting power, and they are afraid of our growth. That growth, that power, it reminds them of their ineptitude and lack of deservingness to occupy such prestigious and once respected offices. In a time where we should be significantly more concerned with the near 150 lives lost in Kerr County and the negligence that led to it, we find our leaders moving the goalpost. In a time when we should be working to improve the inefficient, ineffective power grid that simply cannot handle the growth and infrastructure of our great state, we instead must face the abnormality of a mid-decade voter suppression attempt at our fiscal expense, the taxpayers. When a caveat is repeatedly reiterated that the lines were drawn blind to race, yet the integrity to provide transparency on said maps is non-existent, I would respectfully request that you not insult our intelligence by playing in our faces. Neutrality is no longer an option. Silence is no longer an option. It's time to fight, and I would be remiss if I did not remind each of you, these distinguished representatives present, that your constituents are watching. Your jobs are on the line, and before you is a crowd of proud Texans who will not stand for the blatant dilution of our districts. I implore you to be reminded that the felonious predator that holds office at Mar-a-Lago with the occasional visit to Pennsylvania Avenue is an egomaniacal self-preservationist. You bowing to him will not provide you proximity to his abuse of power, but be mindful, because that power cannot vote you out. Our power can. May God bless you to stand on the side of justice, and may God continue to bless and protect the great state of Texas. Thank you.
Members, any questions for the witness? Chair is on, the witness is excused. Oh, I apologize. Representative Wu, did you have a question?
For you.
Okay. You need to ask it now?
I would like to.
Okay. Chair, we have questions. Representative Wu, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much time is left?
From what I see here, we have about 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And the clock is paused, correct?
The clock is paused.
So this is the last of our public hearings.
Currently scheduled.
Currently scheduled, correct?
Yes. That is correct, are the ones currently scheduled.
Have any other hearings been scheduled?
Not yet, but they will be.
Okay. So in the first two hearings, I asked you at the beginning of each hearing whether you have reviewed a map or have someone talk to you about a map, or if you or your staff has looked at a map that somebody has provided them and you have said no to both of those questions.
Only one I've seen is that one that was posted online that we talked about previously, and I have not.
Correct.
Since then, no revision to my previous statement.
And so my question to you is, I would assume that that has not changed. You have not looked at a map that someone else has provided you other than that one.
That's correct.
That was just uploaded by the public.
Correct.
Okay. Your staff and anyone who works for you has also not looked at a map and not seen a proposed map of any kind.
There was one that was uploaded that may have been seen that was in the same portal. I can't remember if it was the same one as the first one or another, but nothing beyond what has been put into that public portal.
Okay.
And I haven't looked at any of the others since that first one.
And I also asked you whether you have contacted Governor Abbott to see what is at top of mind of his rationale for why he put a mid-cycle redistricting on the call for the special session. Do you remember?
I have not.
Okay. And has that changed?
Not since we last spoke.
Okay. So, and no one on your staff has spoken to the governor or somebody on the governor's staff or somebody who works for the governor or represents the governor
No.
about any map?
No.
Okay. We have now, there's only 10, as you said, there's only 10 minutes left of this hearing. In the last 3 hearings, I want to assume that 99% of this hearing is basically concluded. We've heard from several hundred witnesses at least. At the beginning of the last hearing, I asked you if you had in mind what you plan to do and what kind of map you plan to draw. And you said you did not have anything in mind as of yet. Now, almost all the hearing has been done, in your mind, do you have an idea of what you propose to do, or what type of map, or what kind of changes you intend to make?
No.
Okay. So, at the beginning of this process, you told us that because you did not know and do not know what the governor wants, why he put this on the call, and you have not contacted him or asked him why. You said that the purpose that all we're doing here is to see how the public feels about the current maps. Is that a fair statement, a summary?
That's perhaps a fair summary of the first phase of this,
Okay,
is
sure.
to generally hear from the public about whether to do redistricting, and if so, what are some of the things they'd like to see changed or not changed.
Absolutely. And in my attendance of these hearings and listening to the witnesses, let's just say in a very unofficial way that roughly 99% of the witnesses testified against a mid-cycle redistricting. Would that be fair?
I have not done the testimony that's been given. I haven't done an analysis. So, I mean, a lot have been opposed. So I think that's
an
fair.
overwhelming majority.
Fair.
Fair. Okay.
From the testimony given, yes.
Now, additionally, I have asked you in the prior hearings whether you have reviewed any kind of population data, census data, or any revised data dealing with population changes or anything like that, and you also said you have not reviewed any kind of data like that. Has that changed?
That has not changed.
Okay. So you have also said that, you would let us know when a map comes out, when you have the idea of what you want to do. And right now you're telling us, as of this moment, you don't have anything in mind, correct?
Nothing specific, no.
Okay. So, would it be, if a map does come out, and you're saying that there's nothing in your mind at this moment, is there anything during this process that makes you think of what you would like to do from hearing the people talk?
No, not at this time, other than I want to go and review the written comments that were submitted into the public portal as well. Because as you know, this is just one of many other forms that have been done. So I know that 2 of those have been summarized, I think, that are on the committee's website right now. And of course, the public portal for this hearing doesn't close until this hearing's over with.
So, we've done this for 3 hearings now. We've been across about almost a week's worth of time. And after all this, you don't have any idea, you don't have anything in mind of what you're going to do. My question is sort of, is this plan going to spring forth from your head like Athena from Zeus, fully formed at some point?
My intention is to review the testimony. Pretty much, I've obviously been hearing the testimony.
Sure.
And we've got 10 more minutes here tonight.
Sure.
And I want to review that submitted comments. That'll probably be tomorrow that I do that.
Do you suspect that after you have reviewed the written testimony, after you've finished listening to the last 10 minutes of the in-person testimony, are you going to have a time where you're going to discuss with us, with the entire room, what your thoughts are and what their thoughts are before you draw the map?
I don't know right now. I don't know.
You don't know? Were you planning to work with the members of this committee?
My intention is, if a map is filed, that will come to this committee for public hearing, and it will come to this committee for debate, and for feedback and input by all the committee members.
So what you're saying is somebody else is going to submit the map, and you will be told which one that is?
I don't know what we're going to do yet. I don't know if I'm going to file a map or not.
are you intending... Is it your intent to submit a map yourself, or are you simply waiting for someone else to submit the map?
I don't definitively know right now whether I'm going to file one or someone else will.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Members, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Just a follow-up question.
Yeah, Chair yields the
For the
question.
chair.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on Mr. Wu's conversation with you just now. So, to be clear, you've said you haven't seen a map, and you are not drawing a map presently.
I'm not drawing a map presently.
Okay. And have you said you haven't heard from anyone about a map. Have you heard any indication, say from the governor's office or the White House, that a map is coming?
I have not heard from the governor's office or the White House.
Okay. Has anyone else indicated that a map is coming?
There's been maps submitted, of course, that people have indicated they put online, and I haven't worked on one yet. That may change. I'm going to review the testimony today, and particularly the written comments that are done. I'll review those tomorrow, and that may change.
Okay. To clarify my question, have any members of the legislature suggested to you that they'll be filing a map?
No member of the legislature has told me that they are going to definitively file a map. I'm sure that individuals probably have ideas, but no one has told me I'm going to file a map.
Okay. So right now, you're not aware of any...
Basically, the stage I'm at right now is I want to gather all the testimony.
Okay.
I'm going to review the written comments tomorrow and see what we do next.
Okay. And I think that's
basically it.
That's a perfectly reasonable position.
Yeah.
And I would just... And I know your previous statements on the record, which I appreciate, that anything we do, if we do anything, and it's still an option not to do anything.
Sure.
Anything you do, you said you would want to make sure it complies with the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act.
Yes.
And I would just observe the complexity of just those two things, and then the complexity of drawing a statewide congressional map is very detailed, very time-consuming. So is it reasonable to conclude we won't be seeing a map really anytime soon, because it sounds like there's not any maps under development right now?
I don't know on the exact timing of that. But what I can commit to you is that if a map is filed, we're going to have a public hearing on it, and every member of this committee will have an opportunity to provide feedback and input into that process. Okay. That's been my commitment this entire time. I believe, as I mentioned at the first hearing, that we're going to take this in a two-phase process.
Okay. As we sit here right now tonight, you're not aware of any maps being filed as a bill for the committee's consideration?
Not right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Ms. Dean Thompson, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask a question to the chair.
Chair yields for questions.
Will the committee be privy to reviewing, along with the chair, the written statements that the chair will be reviewing?
Sure. Those, Dean Thompson, good question. The statements that I have referred to, that I have seen, when you go onto the committee's website, and you go to our page and you click meetings, each of the committee hearings has a notice, which is in text and in PDF. On the right-hand side, you'll see what I believe is a column marked. Let me give you the exact answer, Dean Thompson. I was looking just a while ago to see what the status of that was. So if I go to our committee page, and I go to Congressional Redistricting Select, and I click Meetings, on the right-hand side is a PDF marked Comments. And so those are some of the comments that I will be going through. We have comments posted for 724 and 726. We do not have any comments posted for 728. I don't know how many or if any are in there. We won't know that until that portal closes after this hearing, and I would assume those will be either linked there tonight or tomorrow morning.
How will you be evaluating the public testimony?
Just like I do all public testimony, read it, comprehend it, see what the general themes are, and whether or not there's anything specific to take into account.
Okay.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Gerben Hawkins. I've assumed a question to the chair.
I do have a question of the chair.
I yield for such questions.
Mr. Chair, based on reading of the notes, based on the 3 hearings and the concern that the community has raised, is there a possibility that you would recommend to the governor not to proceed with any maps?
I will. You have my word that I will evaluate that tomorrow. I don't know. I'm not going to give you a definitive answer right now, but I will evaluate that tomorrow based on all the comments. I mean, that is obviously one of the scenarios.
So my final question is that, so the citizens who spend so much of their time and effort, is it possible, or is it impossible that indeed there could be a recommendation to this committee, this full committee, to take a vote on if maps should be drawn or not?
I think to that specific question, if no map is heard in this committee, then that effectively means that there will be no map on that basis, Representative Gervin Hawkins. I don't think a formal vote is necessary of the committee on that point, but if no map comes forward, there is no map.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gervin Hawkins. Vice Chair Rosenthal, for what purpose?
The chair yield for a couple of questions.
Chair, will yield for a couple of questions.
Thank you. Do you have a ballpark idea of the number of comments that have been submitted online?
I can give you the exact, well, I can give you the number for the two, if you'd
Okay.
like that for the record. The number of comments that were submitted, or I would say received, that it shows in the system for the July 24th hearing was 1,071 comments. And, well, let me actually, hang on. There's two under that in, I think, maybe Spanish language comments. So I guess you would add those together, 1,073. The number of comments submitted for the last hearing, and what I haven't done, Vice Chair Rosenthal, is to determine whether these numbers are cumulative or have to be added together, right? I'd have to ask, honestly, I'd have to ask the committee gurus how this data comes. I'm assuming, my assumption would be that these are additional comments. And if so, then there were 1,335 additional comments for the July 26th hearing in English and 3 in Spanish.
So, depending on whether they're cumulative or
yeah,
separate.
it could be. That
So
could mean
it's-
there's 2,300. It could mean that there's only 1,300 if
Exactly
they
right.
add together.
Thank you for doing accurate math. in
I don't
public.
know if
I
that
think
was
that's
accurate or
pretty good.
not. That was top of mind, roughly thereabouts.
And then, over the course of these 3 hearings, we've had in the neighborhood of 2,000 people register. Is that about right?
We had, what was it? We had about 200 at the first hearing. We had about a little over 750. I didn't know quite where we exactly landed. That will be in the minutes, but we haven't approved those yet. We've done the ones from the first hearing.
Quite use them all. So
Correct.
would
I
it
don't
be-
know. Several hundred registered today.
So I'm not asking for an exact number, but would it be fair to say 600 or 700 in that neighborhood?
Let's
in that
say
ballpark?
at least 500 or 600.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 1,500 people that took time out of their lives
register,
to
yes.
come, speak in front of us, to register, and then because of the limited nature of the number of hours that we have had for these, we've offered this portal for folks to submit comments online, and
Yes.
there are either 1,000 or 2,000 more.
And an unknown possible additional set for tonight's.
Very
that won't
good.
close until the hearing's done.
So to my recollection, over the course of all these hearings, we had like one person come up with a microphone and say, I strongly want this to happen. That's my recollection.
I think there were a handful. I don't know the exact number. A handful. It was more than one, but a handful. I would say that to your point that I would expect you to make, there were more against.
So yeah, so when we say more against, it's like 1,000 to 1. So I'll be interested in what that happens. So,
Sure.
So here's what the whole line of questioning leads up to.